PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dinogram. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The three prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, dino hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a featured tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
If you somehow get eliminated during an intense battle, how can you continue to be with your teammates? New companion spectating feature is available now. When you're eliminated in a match and enter spectating mode, you just need to wait 5 seconds to access the transform feature. After tapping the button, you can transform into your companion to remain by your teammate's side. When spectating as a companion, you can still see your teammates' elimination broadcasts and can freely perform companion emotes to cheer your teammates on at any time. However, that is all the help you can offer. You aren't able to see enemies or supplies, so you won't be able to disclose their whereabouts. Even if you don't have a companion, you can always transform into Ray to spectate. Cheer for your teammates after getting eliminated.
Sudah sedih lah, sebab sekelas kita orang, standar kita orang patutnya tinggi. Yang aku rasain benar-benar sedih sih. Kayak aku jujur, aku ngerasanya kita nggak lolos. And kita orang tak lepas tuh buat saya macam speechless.
Maksud belum ada beberapa perubahan dalam carta bagi kedudukan siapakah yang akan qualify ke next week ataupun minggu depan.
Saya nggak ada render mobil sama render orang.
Sejujurnya lumayan ngerasa susah sih, karena bener-bener ngerasain orang baru gitu kan. Kayak ya aku sama Yohai kan dibilang cukup udah lama, tapi sama yang lain kayak Swavel, Satar, itu kayak baru ya. Kita harus cari gameplay baru, layout baru, terus kita harus cari connection, chemistry gitu-gitu ya. Itu cukup makan waktu sih menurut aku. And kita harus start dari bawah balik, start from scratch. And banyaklah benda baru yang kita buat, contoh kita orang bonding, macam Kalau sebelum ini kita orang buat effort dia dalam 1, sekarang effort dia dalam 2, macam tu je lah. Plus minus macam tu.
DBE untuk mereka perlu mencari lagi 10 markah untuk memecut DBD.
Dekat Liga, masalah yang saya rasa cuma tak confidence kita orang tu macam kurang. Mungkin gara-gara kalah fight macam tu. Tapi kita orang berusaha balik untuk step up. Hilang rasa kepercayaan satu sama lain di saat kita udah kalah fight, di saat kita lagi down gitu. Belum kurang ada yang bisa nyemangatin balik gitu.
Bisa, Ge. Pas lu di mana? Pas lu kena tadi. Bisa. Apa yang nggak bisa, Cok?
Soalnya kan yang paling belakang aku bareng kalian, Cok.
Yang tadi terjadi di Myanmar sebelumnya, mereka harus fight. Juga arah PBE. Timing. 2 pemain dari Bigetron. Kita harapkan mereka bisa menang.
Tinggal Ryzen yang tersisa di bagian tangga bermain dengan menggunakan semua UAV dan gagal. Bigetron dipulangkan ke arah lobby, semakin mendebarkan situasi saat ini.
Digunakan 3 peluru terakhir. Tembakan di
Nomor 1.
satu bermain di dalam. Tapi PBE menang lagi. PBE menang lagi. PBE sudah mendapatkan 11 eliminasi.
Ini mereka bisa balabakan time loh malah.
Santai dulu, bos. Santai dulu nggak sih PBE? Santai dulu. PBE pulang.
Dipulangkan. Hashtag 3 tapi Cok.
14 elim.
Tangkap, Ring.
Tapi udah direk mama tanya mga Indo. Apa kanannya?
Sebab kita seberangan kan dengan PBE. Aku lihat reaction mereka, aku lihat mereka sampai last circle. Dan kita dapat informasi kalau PBE itu number 3 dan 14 kill kan. Dan di situ aku ngerasa kayak udah enough, kita udah nggak bisa lolos. Ternyata kita beda 1 poin, kita masih bisa lolos ya.
Belum. Kita pecat produsernya, Cok. Oh, enggak bener.
Wah, lolos. Yeah! Wow, beda 2 bonus poin.
What do I feel? I cry lah. I feel like I rasa bersyukur lah. Macam diberi kesempatan lah. Menurut aku ini kesempatan kita sih buat buktiin ke orang-orang kalau kita masih layak. Dan kita harus bersyukur kita masih bisa lepas, bisa lolos gitu. And we learn from the league lah. So in the final we hope we can do all out the best performance. The performance that we are waiting for so long. Kalau dari aku sendiri motivasinya yang pasti ya itu sih yang pertama. Kita masih diberi kesempatan buat membuktikan gitu. Dan aku rasa juga poin nggak jauh, semua masih bisa dikejar, nggak ada yang nggak mungkin. Nothing is impossible sih.
Box gaming, oh box. Say you remember me, PUBG Mobile.
Perasaan aku ya senang aja sih bisa balik lagi kompetitif, apalagi di ajang SEA kan. Sebab belum tentu semua orang bisa mencapai di titik ini gitu. Jadi bersyukur aja. Cuman yang awalnya emang nggak expect mereka mau pindah, karena bilangnya mereka yang satu bilangnya mau rehat, yang satu bilangnya masih mau main. Tiba-tiba mereka pindah ya, aku juga sempat diajak kan. Ya udah, maksudnya dari situ aku respect aja sih keputusan mereka. Apapun yang mereka lakuin kan itu demi kenyamanan mereka sendiri.
Tengah lah, bego.
Kalau ada kemungkinan worst case kedua itu berarti kalau misal dia ngelihat di sini cuma ada update sendirian, bisa jadi yang orang ini kaplat kan.
Ini coba bisa jadi.
Tapi mainnya masih cepat.
Soalnya yang aku kalau misalnya ini 2 sih, kalau misalnya Persija Evos, salah satu nama yang memang sangat-sangat besar dekat Indonesia, player dia pun besar. Zuxi, Luxi, Ini antara orang lama, OG untuk PUBG Mobile. 2 season agak santai untuk diorang. Tapi PMSL kali ini, kalau kita tengok daripada statistics, daripada segi kill point, elimination point, survival rate, Zuxi dan Luxi membawa Persija EVOS mendunia. Kali ini kita boleh nampak orang lama masih berbisa.
Pertama sih senang karena bisa berada di tim baru. Karena di tim lama mungkin kita belum dapat yang terbaik dan saya mau cari suasana baru di tim baru ini dan semoga di saya kali ini kita dapat peringkat yang paling terbaik lah karena di tahun kemarin kita tidak dapat pergi ke SEA sama sekali kan. Ya semoga aja. Jadi untuk line up-nya itu sebelumnya aku pernah bermain dengan Red Face juga dan pernah juga sama Microboy dan aku juga pernah juga sama cukup lama juga dengan Misery. Terus ditambah lagi dengan anak baru yang berpotensi yaitu Lynx. Jadi gak banyak banget hal yang harus dirubahkan di tim ini. Jadi tinggal memaksimalkan aja. Samnan. Karena apa Samnan? Karena kita sering banget ketemu dengan Samnan dan kita sering kalah di fight-nya dengan Samnan. Jadi tim yang harus diwaspadai dari Malaysia itu Samnan.
震惊是因为竟然有马来队伍要拿我们华人，然后兴奋是因为我可以打 PMPL， 沟通问题是最大的咯。就比如有一个队伍在你左边或者右边，你要表达就要想一下，只想1-2秒。当然这1-2秒在游戏上是很关键的。然后打法上也是，我们只有不到15天的时间要慢慢磨合，所以能打到这样子，我觉得不错啊。
Perasaan saya, hopefully diorang dapat memberikan yang terbaik dan target top 2.
Bahasa memang paling penting sekali dalam komunikasi. Dalam Team 79 dia memang unik sebab dia kira balance. Ada player Putra, ada Adips, ataupun ada Dap, and then dua daripada player ni akan main dengan Long dengan Loyu. So ini yang orang cakap kebimbangan dan main concern saya masa 79 announce roster ni. Bahasa apa dia nak pakai and will it work? Adakah ia akan berkesan? Tapi surprisingly diorang berjaya untuk adapt and jadikan komunikasi itu okey.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Gambate. Gambari.
Mungkin dari Semnan masuknya Loyu and Long dengan masuknya mereka berdua sangat impact banget. Bahkan aku sampai bakal bisa ditawarin tim PEL ya. Gila, aku kayak dua orang ini tuh impeccable banget.
So saya rasa bangga dia cakap kita orang top team kat Malaysia. Saya tak tengok pun PMPL MY tu sebab saya fokus study. Tapi saya tengoklah result dia. And adalah beberapa game saya tengok. Bolehlah mengecewakan lah. Diorang tak perform sebab saya tak ada je. Diorang perlukan saya. So jangan gelak lah. Ais. It's a fact, you know. So PMSL, I'm back. Macam tu lah. Kadang-kadang kita orang explain lah apa maksud. Macam maksud certain phrase lah. Kita orang explain apa maksud dia, then diorang faham lah. So kita orang tolong each other lah untuk hadapi lah masalah tu.
Sembilan! Aduh! Macam mana bodoh tu?
Selamat datang di Grand Final PMSL SEA 2023 dan tentunya ditemani sama kita berdua untuk hari ini bersama gue Junior dan juga
inilah kesempatan mereka untuk membuktikan kualitas mereka. It is now or never.
Loyu masih lagi akan hidup. Tiger X akan datang dekat sini dengan TDS. Dia makan lepas dalam kawasan semua. Dia cuba naikkan nyawa. Dia cuba berjaya naikkan nyawa. Dia lawan dengan dua orang. Dia dapat satu. Dia mencari yang kedua sekarang ini. Nyawanya lebih tinggi. Sam 9 Loyu berjaya dan Long juga akan dipegang. Revival akan berjaya untuk dilakukan. Nyawa perlu dinaikkan secepat mungkin kerana player daripada face clan betul-betul depan muka. Posisi ini dilakukan gantung. Mormon dapatkan Long dan Mormon akan mendapatkan
Kenal kawasan kau tadi bila kau main kat warehouse tu. Satu kau main warehouse, kau main seorang. So sepatutnya kau ni priority kau lagi.
Aku ingat aku 2 orang. Aku ingat aku
Susah berapa kali kita nak boleh ingat. Kalau kau tak boleh nak, kalau kau rasa kau tak boleh nak aware around dia, sekarang ni kau ikut orang je. Kau jangan duduk seorang. Sebab apa kau ada masalah, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku. Aku ingat teammate ada aku, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku.
Because it's already the grand finals and the mistake that we made, it's a repetitive mistake. So you have to, it's the grand final, what else it is there to say? You don't get to play this kind of level that frequent.
Coba cek depan ya. Kalian berhenti, gua cek depan, Cuk. Lihat belakang dan
sama lain sangat tinggi. Sekarang ni RRQ
maka ada kebangkitan dan juga lebih banyak majoriti mengakibatkan PJ Esports.
Satu lagi depan gua. Begitu saja dan harus melawan Potato dan benar aja Exa. Ini udah top performance-nya Exa sih. Ini udah 100%-nya Red Face sih. Ini benar-benar luar berbeda digunting mereka sekaligus dari pemain-pemain yang ada di low ground dan selesai. Bom yang masuk.
Kalau gua nggak kanan, ayo ini nggak pernah. Kalau gua udah bingung. Motivasi aku ketika kemarin tidak qualified to PMGC final itu yang apalagi PMGC final dan offline turnamen terus di Jakarta dan aku nggak ada di situ, jadi kayak aduh ini suatu momen yang sangat disayangkan banget. Jadi itu yang titik kembalinya aku buat main lagi sih, pengen main lagi. Sudah lama tidak mendapatkan piala dan saatnya ini waktu buat dapetin piala sih. Karena udah sekitar 2-3 tahun belum ada piala. Jadi bangun tidur belum nggak lihat piala di rumah ya kayak rasa ada yang kurang kan. Jadi hari ini kita harus dapet piala sih.
Ada satu jalan cerita yang kita boleh kata lebih cantik, lebih meriah, lebih suasana yang menakutkan. Sebab kita tahu kalau bukan DBS, bam habis. Ada variasi daripada penggunaan senjata tu, ni mungkin akan jadi PMSL yang terbaik pernah kita lihat. Sebab setiap player akan tunjukkan kehebatan masing-masing menggunakan senjata yang berbeza. Itu yang saya nantikan untuk Grand Final.
ก็เริ่มตั้งแต่ PMPL แชมเปี้ยนครับแล้วก็ทุกรายการที่แข่งขันต่อไป
record your highlights in even more ways? Now, all your sweet vehicles can be used with creation mode. Vehicles get their own dedicated section in creation mode. So, even if you're in the driver's seat, you'll be able to capture the moment nicely. Vehicles have some new exclusive photo and video templates, but of course, you can still use the other templates if you like. You'll be able to capture your exact pose while driving. Flying vehicles also have their own specially designed template, which is perfect for the latest pterosaur vehicle. Be sure to snap some epic shots. With regards to companion templates, we've added a feature to help choreograph a series of emotes. Once the camera starts rolling, companions will perform emotes based on your arrangement. Of course, you don't want to forget about the new day-night cycle feature. You'll be able to seamlessly change from day, dusk, and night to tweak the ambiance to your liking. Oh yeah, if you want to record interesting video clips, why not go to Cheer Park to try the improved creation mode? The new emote change speed feature is sure to add some flair.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the Dino Hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We've seen 2 days of intense action coming into week 2 of the PUBG Mobile PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023. Oh, that is a mouthful, and they say long names mean awesome things, and that's exactly what we've seen this week. Tash Buddy here alongside Sir Cloud, your casters. And what did you think of the last 2 days, Sir Cloud?
Well, the last 2 days have been explosive. We do see some of the teams on the rise right now, in fact fighting for their lives, so we'll be looking forward to see if they can do that comeback. For example, like Magna, they are still on page 1 though, so but in order for them to redeem themselves from whatever result that was given to them last week, they really need to be up there, and there's 3 more days to go.
3 more days to go as everyone is fighting for that top 16 spots to go to the finals, which is gonna be happening next week. So if you guys are just tuning in today, did you guys know that there's the Crimson Affiliates AMR skins out there? I think this is one of the coolest skins. I was looking at the ads just now. I just realized it comes with a a kill animation. It comes with shooting effects. I think this is definitely something you want in your arsenal, and this is actually one of the ultimates that you can get so far.
Yeah, and if you get this, make sure you upgrade it to maximum level, because you don't want to just play with a level 1, you want to play with a level 6 at least. And of course, you gotta get this irregardless. It's gonna be the Ducati Panigale V45, and this is a collaborative item inside of PUBG Mobile. It will be available until the 15th of June, so not much time left. Make sure you get it before you regret it.
Yeah, Sir Cloud, if you had this in the game, I mean, of course, if you could get it, would you be using it a lot? Would you rather switch from using the vehicle, the car, to this?
Oh, absolutely. I don't see any other vehicle other than the bike, just to flex.
Oh, right. I don't blame you for flexing. And other than flexing that, you can also flex the RPA series, which I really like. I mean, there's bicycles. Every time I see someone riding the bicycle in game, I kind of laugh a little because it looks very funny. It looks very cute. But then if you have the Tech Matrix bicycle, maybe I won't. What do you think, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, I think the animation wise, and you're like in a battleground, but yeah, you're on a bicycle. It does feel kind of funny. But you know what's not funny? At the faces of these dinosaurs. Ow!
Yeah. The faces of the dinosaurs are actually really cool. I think one of my favorite things about it is the fact that when you play with your friends and you can pick up your friends, you know that movie long time ago, I will not say the name here. It's like, get in, loser, we're going shopping. But you go to your friends and you're like, get on the dino, guys, we're gonna go kill some people.
Wow. Okay, now I know Tasha's interest in doing her off days. But this is what definitely will interest everyone. It's going to be the total prize pool of 40,000 US dollars. That's a lot of money. And for the teams, their journey has started since last week. We played with 20 teams, and this week it's a reshuffle based on their performance last week. By the end of the week, we will be looking at the top 16 teams who will move on to the grand finals next weekend.
I think it's been very competitive at the bottom side of the ladder, but hold on that thought, because now these are the teams. If you guys don't know the format, we're going to have one team here making it through from the wildcard fall finals into the PMSL fall. Now, one team will be coming in from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam as well. So do have a look out for it. It's going to be a really exciting one. I think for wildcard, it's really interesting because it's such a mix of so many different countries, and I think each country is just hoping that they can represent the flag there at the PMSL fall.
Yeah, almost to a certain extent, it's like, I don't care which team as long as there's a team from my country in the PMSL.
Exactly.
That's cool, right? But of course, they have to go through the journey of collecting the total bonus points as well, as this will also mean that this will be their ticket onto the grand finals. And not only their ticket onto the grand finals, it will also be their initial starting point. So imagine like if you're in a race and you have like different podium spots. Yeah, it's basically like that.
Yeah, and I think this kind of format as well makes it very, very keeps players on their toes. But speaking of that, we also have groups for this week. This has been reshuffled. Different groups for different teams from last week, of course. Now, as we know, I mean, last week Group D was the group of death. I mean, this week, I don't really know. But Group C, one team missing. And I think that if you guys want to know more about that team that has been removed, please check out the official PUBG mobile page to find out more about that. Now, coming into today, the head-to-head, I am excited about two of these players. Sir Cloud, what do you think?
Yeah, I think these two players, well, one thing is that here we go again. They got a chicken yesterday, so they're one of the teams who are on the rise. Last week, their performance wasn't really that great, but then again, I think they took whatever that they learned from last week and they started to apply this week and starting to show onto their performance overall. But on the other side, we have Skynet. I mean, this guy by now, the gold medal winner, he's legend in Cambodia right now.
Yeah, and I think that from day 1 till day 2 yesterday, we didn't really see too much of a change here on the first page, other than HWG rising up. And I think that this is very interesting because not only are they rising up to the first page, but they also have 2 chicken dinners already. And I think what's really great about them, I really want to highlight them, is because like in last week, they were at the bottom of the ladder. And I think coming into this week, they're very aggressive in taking fights, they show their firepower. And you know, it's a very different team from last week to this week, and I'm wondering what changed them.
Well, these are one of the times where I wish we had an interview so we get into their minds, right? Yeah, but it's great, right? It's they are creating these sort of comeback stories, and if they can maintain this sort of performance till the end of the week, they could make the great escape.
It really is, and I think now that we are one team down, I think a lot of teams can breathe a little sigh of relief because it's one less competition to worry about. But as we know, if you see how competitive it is from numbers 16, 17, and 18, it's just so close right now. Ravenwood, I don't know, that 10-point deficit is not a lot, but if they keep up this momentum that they have been playing, they've been doing, I am concerned for them. They need to find a way to not only make the way that they play work with how they want it to play, because honestly, they're more about running away. They're all about playing safe, and they haven't figured out a way to remain safe toward the entire game. But let's have a look at the recap from week 2 updated this yesterday. I think the 2 teams to watch is Austria and HWG, and I think on day number 1 I talked a lot about Austria on how I said on week 1 it felt like they couldn't find their footing until the second half of the week, and then it seems like that heat from that week was just kind of like steamrolled forward for them.
Yeah, and in fact, they started yesterday with a chicken dinner. They ended yesterday with a chicken dinner. I mean, what else can you ask for, right? It's like 2 out of your 4 matches in the day that you got a chicken dinner. So it's a perfect day for them. But Austria, frankly speaking, they've been around last season. They performed, and this season, well, they're still performing. But for here we go again, the new boys on the block. You gotta be proud with their performance.
Yeah, I think that from week number 1, while I didn't really have my eye on them, given the fact that they didn't really perform, they did have some pop-off moments. And I think it's really interesting how they brought this brand new, I would say, style of play to the table. And I think what's more interesting was the fact that adaptation, like it's such drastic changes from week 1 to week 2. Usually we see a little bit of changes now and then, more of just like micro adjustments to fit them, to fit the way they play into week number 2, but they are okay with changing all out. But you know what's not changing? It will be our maps for today. We're going to be seeing this sort of style throughout the week, where we're going to be starting off with Sanok for ABCE, Erangel, and ABDE. So those are going to be the first 2 maps.
Wow, look at this. Top sign-up performers. Still fairly dominated by Cambodian teams, but we have Magna up there now in one of the top sign-up performers. Looking good, looking good. I'm liking this. I'm liking to see a team that is, well, we don't see all the time being up there, and plus still do remember that we have yet to see a Singaporean team entering the grand finals of any PMPL ever. So if Magna is able to do it, they're going to set a new benchmark.
I think that I don't doubt that they will, because honestly they've been very consistent from the beginning of week 1 all the way till now. Now for week 1, I thought that they were a little bit too aggressive for their own good, but coming into the second half of the week was when it got very, very interesting, because for me it was as though they understood how aggressive they can go and understanding their limits, and I love that for them. At first I was telling Chuchu that Magna and Enigma are very similar in terms of playstyle, until now, where Enigma it feels like there's no limit, no boundary for them. Very reckless style of play, but Magna, they bring this discipline as well as firepower forward, and I am living for it.
Yeah, I know to a certain extent they have the same color scheme, right? Like
Enigma,
purple, yeah, Magna purple. So I don't know, is this a purple party happening? But you have Magna on your prediction. So, but besides Magna, other than that, GE, West Point Mamba, I think some of the staple names. But
obvious.
walk us through this.
Yeah, I mean for GE, for day number 1, it felt like they were a little bit lost. They haven't really figured out the answer for what they wanted to bring into the game. And it feels for day number 2, they are there, but they didn't have that oomph that we saw in week 1, which everyone wanted to see. And I really want to see GE come back to life. So that's why I put it here, because usually toward the second half of the week is usually where we start to see GE sort of like waking up or understanding what exactly they need to bring into the game.
Yeah, GE's performance isn't as of last week, but so I guess the fans will be expecting a lot more from them, despite them actually doing not too bad, because we have other teams that are still on page number 2, but nevertheless it is GE at the other day. Well, for my pick, I have FV in there, and of course we got to root for the Singaporean boys,
of
man.
course.
Yeah, want to see them in the grand finals for the first time.
I mean, you might be a little biased because Magix is in there.
Oh, Juggy's there. Long time dude.
Okay.
Long time dude. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. I mean, I don't blame you for that because FV does have pop-off moments here. But what are you expecting from them this particular game? What do you want to see changed from them?
I want to see them able to play. Let's see. So it's always the case where Magix is always the key person, right? And if he gets knocked down, then pretty much the whole team just falters. I am looking forward to see if the rest of the teammates can be at the same level or the same pace as Magix, because if they can, then basically they're able to go through, because we still got 3 days worth of games, and Magix with his level of gameplay, if everyone is able to just follow to his similar level, then I think we might see FV going through. So yeah, just keep up with the pace, guys.
I really like that you brought that up, following his level, following his tempo. And I feel like a player as aggressive as Magix does need a lot of support, because he needs to be able to bring in that firepower. So what does his team need to do? They need to provide him with cover. They need to make sure that they're there for that crossfire. They need to make sure that he's able to get that clip, provide him with smokes, maybe throw in the nade so he can quickly answer. And I would love to see that level of team play coming in from FV, honestly. We hadn't quite seen that, but there are moments or flashes of it. So the potential is definitely there. I also saw PBE in your list of predictions here. So we haven't seen PBE really come up on top, especially after Ragged. We haven't seen that in the last 2 weeks. What do you see in them?
Well, I see. Honestly, it's more of like giving the support, because how I see PBE is that they are still, to me, a high potential team, and if we based on whatever happened last season, it's like they're kind of like a late bloomer. I know now it's kind of really late, but based on their current ranking plus last week's ranking, we will still see them in the grand finals. But yeah, I guess it's more of like they need to start getting that momentum so they can bring that onto the grand finals rather than just waiting for the grand finals to happen.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that from them. I want to see that PBE is more than just ranked in that team that brings that firepower. I want to see PBE go back to its glory days on the pedestal. But in fact, there are so many other teams that I want to see that as well. Map 1 is going to be Sanhok. And if you remember, day number 1, MQN was the one surprising us with that. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are ready to buckle up, because now Sanhok is coming right at you. Who will get the chicken dinner here?
Whether it's PBE, whether it's Magna, whether it's FV, everyone enjoy the game together, as this will be match number 1, day number 3 of week number 2. The one and only Sanhok that will be played. Let's go!
Ooh, flight path a little bit more skewed toward the left side, but no problem at all. RNG map anywhere is no problem. It's all about the eeny miny mo moment. Do I want to go to the littlest island, the middle island, the big island? Of course, we can already expect it's gonna be a lot of people over at Paradise Resort as well as Bootcamp. Hot spots as usual, and I wouldn't be surprised for these early fights. Now, we always saw early fights from Enigma. We always saw early fights from MQN. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be echoed by the likes of KE or even FV. Oh, look at that, KE.
Well,
nice, one member of Enigma already. Ow, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you asked for early fights, you got an early fight. So it's going to be KE getting the knockdown onto Enigma. I mean, Enigma have been having a rough ride if you kind of think about it.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, if you think about it, it's all about that aggression, and surprisingly, they are the one to get knocked down first. In these early fights, we usually see a lot of success over on their side. Koopa goes down, Davan on fire today. He's feeling himself as the top will finally end his misery as the other members look for Caps upstairs, finds him, clips him, and the other members are just rushing forward to take away this space.
I think they know that to a certain extent Enigma is not well equipped. That's why they're kind of confident. And looking at Enigma's movement as well, it does seem like, yes, they have not picked up a weapon of choice or a weapon that they find suitable in this kind of fights. So it's going to be a straightforward elimination for KE. And calm down the top, calm down.
A little bit too early for celebration, but we should talk about how quickly KE came back here. Now, day number 1 wasn't a really good day for KE. I think we had this conversation, right? How they were not finding their momentum. They were just getting knocked out so early. And then suddenly on day number 2, we see them coming up into the top 4, which is surprising. And I love this mindset coming from KE, how they decide like, okay, we didn't make it on day number 1. We have a few days left, but we need to make something happen now. And it feels like whatever momentum they had yesterday is still snowballing till today.
Yeah, they are. They have been on somewhat of a rise, especially when the last game of day number 1, I remember, they almost got a chicken dinner. Day 2 was kind of okay for them. And now, starting day 3, I mean, they're still bringing the momentum across. So, looking good so far for KE. And for KE, they're a team that I think we can expect to see them in the grand finals. So, it's a matter of them collecting as many bonus points as possible.
I think if anything, right? You know, some teams, they play early. They're like, oh, it's just about qualifying. We don't have to do too hard. And then some of them, especially if I interview Indonesian teams or even Malaysian teams, they're like, oh, we have a lot more days. We're going to make it to finals. We just take it easy. The word they like to use is santai. I know, I thought you are very familiar with this word, Sir Cloud. So, you know, I think that some of these teams, sometimes, like, you know, like these teams who are already pretty much so far ahead of the rest and are going to be making it to grand finals, I think for them, being good and staying at the top is like a statement.
Yeah, I mean, for the benefit of our international audience, santai means chill. So,
yeah, sorry, I forgot to explain that.
Honestly, I'm not a fan of chillness or santai, whichever that you choose to, because you lose points that you cannot recover. It's not like, oh, you chill, maybe you get eliminated at this moment and then you get revived in 10 seconds later and then you can just go all out again. No, you can't. You will still lose points at the end of the day.
Yeah, and sometimes it's about that. Sometimes they think like it's okay, we can just hit this bare minimum benchmark, right? And the thing is, you can never tell what can go wrong in PUBG Mobile. From the flight path to the circle to suddenly someone dropping into your area that you don't expect to. It's really scary. So it's best to play as safe as possible. Maybe, I mean, if you really, really want to hide your strats, just play the bare minimum. Just play in a way that you're still serious, but you're not like, you know, putting all your cards in your table in terms of playing aggressive or playing in a way that's rotation heavy. Regardless, the eyes of CFU, Heng rather, is on FOD. And I don't think he's going to start anything quite yet. It's all about just, you know, finding time. And this is interesting, right, Sir Cloud? Because on day number 1, I felt like it was a little bit more aggressive. And speaking of that, oh man, FCon going aggressive onto FB.
Okay, the team that I picked. Let's see how FB will actually defend this area. But D2Y, he does have a DBS, and you know DBS in this sort of range can be devastating. But Juggy is the one that gets the first stop. Art will finish off D2Y from afar, so because FV, they have a good spread. That's why if the opponent Falcon focuses too much on a particular compound, they'll get counted.
Honestly, I like how they're changing the way they play. Like, FV is getting a little bit more brave. I mean, yeah, we've seen them play brave before, but before this, it was more about that hold. But speaking of going into a compound, Ravenwood will be breached. This is their house and they're being chased out of the way. Zapple throws out that smoke, gives her a little bit of space to wiggle out. Maybe she can play with the shotgun inside of the smokes. And this is what's really scary for me for Ravenwood, because they're just so separated, so far apart. I'm just wondering how exactly are they going to be able to work together, to swing out together, to get those trade potentials.
I don't know why every time I see Zapple's name, I feel like getting a drink.
Oh my god, yes!
I know, right? I guess now you too. But speaking of Zapple, oh no, I hope that's not the caster's curse.
Oh man, she got naded out. Knocked down, as I don't think, as the other members of HWG is trying to bait out the other members of Ravenwood. It's not gonna be happening. Harley does get tagged. As well, Jong from a corner. Also Yatka. This is a very scary premonition for them because they're meeting one of the strongest teams this week so very early. For Ravenwood, their idea is not playing too aggressive, staying alive, and on Sanhok, I think this strat is just not viable for them.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the difference between Ravenwood spread as well as FV spread, right? FV spread, they are able to immediately support their teammates. Whereas for Ravenwood spread, it's like, yeah, I can see you, but I can't really support you. So that's the difference here. And speaking about FV, they're back in action, defending their ground against the guys of Asia.
Choo-choo's team.
I know, right?
It makes me so happy when I see them doing well because as though we're knowing that Choo-choo is somewhere out there cheering for them. But Chili goes down as Magix takes up the space. We'll be rotating out. They want to take this area away from TGOA. Perhaps if he moved forward quickly enough to the top of the train, he's able to do that. I think that is exactly the idea. He does spot them out with the scope, sorry. But I don't think he's gonna react quite yet. His teammates are not around for that trade.
Ooh, but look at the circle. Most of the teams are inside of it, but on the right side, it's so populated. We got at least 3 teams on that right side. They might need to fight each other before they get into the circle. If they straight move into the circle, they potentially could be backstabbed. So I guess they want to clear out each other as quickly as possible.
But you can see how packed it is on the southern side and the eastern side of the circle. Not even the circles, outside of the circle, because everyone's playing toward the sides of the island. And now here's the problem, right? If you're holding down toward the beach area, you want to pass by, you have to take these fights. As for G-Lab, what the heck happened there?
Oh.
Barbecue that we weren't invited to, excuse me?
Excuse me, yeah, we needed a drink, now we need some food. And that was by HWG, in fact, one of the top teams that are performing so far yesterday. And they're still bringing the momentum today, securing the elimination point to newbie.
But look at that nade. We're gonna see a trade of those coming through as Chanlon will eat more damage. I'm surprised he tanked that, honestly. Half HP left as Say Cloud. Sir Cloud's doppelganger in terms of names. Will be trying his best to keep his friend alive. Nade cooked up, switches out to the weapon. I think he's changing his mind here, not able to find the right angle. One more nade comes through. Support barely even getting hurt at all.
He popped out the smoke, ran through the clouds, and currently in another building. But support is all alone, surprisingly. Wait a second, he's not alone, he got company.
Wait, wasn't support inside of the small shack? He moved across, trying to take this area away from Chanlon, and Chanlon just completely answers back. This is what's so scary. You don't just walk into someone's house when you don't know if they have a DBS or not, right?
Yeah, I guess he was kind of confident because he was the one holding the DBS. So it's like, yeah, I have a DBS, boy, bring it on, and that happened.
Yeah, that's true. Regardless, HWG, I think they're having a good start to the day. They're very aggressive, they know how to answer, they're okay with taking up space, and whatever momentum they had for day number 1 that we saw in terms of explosiveness, excuse me, has been really translated into today, especially since yesterday was a pretty okay day for them, all the way up to 4th place. Remember, in week number 1, they were almost at the bottom of the ladder. And I had a lot of questions about HWG. What do they have to bring to the table? Are they learning anything? And apparently they are. And Say Cloud, he's still on a rampage. FOD will be where he's looking at next.
Yeah, and FOD will be one of the players who will be knocked. So, not sure if he'll be picked up. But I guess that's one of those long-range shots. If not, the elimination would have happened faster. But for the teams on the right side that we saw earlier on, Ravenwood is still alive. They're playing by the edge of the circle and another knock. Okay, it's a long range, so they should be fine.
Chanlon as the other members of FCON. They are still outside this area. They have to cross the water if push comes to shove. But we also have CFU here. And this is very interesting because the teams who are down here are on the bottom side of the ladder. And, you know, if you look at the rank side there, YG had already lost 3 players. And I'm really curious to know what the heck happened there. Did you notice?
Yeah, I don't. Oh, that's interesting.
Right?
So let's see, where are they? It's because there's only 1 player left, so it's a little bit hard to spot.
Right, and I think from us as well, if you guys didn't know, we're casting remotely right now, and the screen isn't necessarily the best for us to see. That's I would say the downsides of remote casting, but the best side is that we get to, I don't know, be with our own setups.
You get to put on makeup like 2 minutes before the show.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
Yeah,
Wait, Sir Cloud, you wear makeup?
I wish I know how to do makeup though. I mean, it will be a very
It's
useful
okay. You're
skill.
already beautiful. You're already beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Oh, but this might be a beautiful sight for FV as they challenge APG on the other side. So it's basically your team versus my team now.
Oh no, I would love to see this actually come through as Art will make a run around, try to find the perfect angle to play with. Now APG has been known as a team to take up a lot of space in terms of aggression, but we're not seeing that quite yet. It's a bit more quiet, but for HWG, they find the guys of Asia and they're going on a complete rampage.
Oh, okay. It's one smoked up vehicle left behind, so not sure how is the other guy going to get away from this. But I guess, okay, he will still use the smoke up vehicle. So taking a little bit of risk, probably knowing that because it's still stage number 3, there's still enough space for them to rotate. And right now they're safe.
Yeah, nice move around for Yatka. They are moving. I think what they're trying to do here is just to avoid any shootouts and try to just get into the circle. They don't want to take this fight, but our teams are currently on a fight here as the first hit is going to be APG, but they do answer back. Art from the bottom side looking for Sonic. Sonic playing with the terrain and he stays alive and unseen.
Okay, Art has a DBS and then M4. It's going to be Art as well as DD. Oh, DD is playing today, so a little bit of a switch of a lineup here. Art with the DBS comes in, but he gets knocked down because there's just too much for him to handle, and he was at the lower ground anyway.
Yeah, what a nice crossfire as well. They pushed out together as the other members of APG come up alive. But looking at Master Ichi, he has his eyes on G-Lab, and I love this area that he's holding on to, this high ground that he's holding up with the team as Ravenwood, despite being hit and losing a member, they still survived that fight. And it was looking really good today, honestly, because usually whenever they get hit, they will all just go down at the same time. But I think they're taking a more passive stance where they're okay with letting go of the area and just completely saying, it's all right, here's a sacrifice for you, my friend. Take my teammate, we out.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a survival game, right? So you gotta survive. So I guess if you naturally, we did talk about it, right? Naturally, if you're able to make it like into the top 5, top 3, naturally you would have gained elimination points along the way. So I guess that could be their first objective, is to survive, and then we gain points along the way. But this could be their opportunity to get points.
Yeah, trying to go aggressive. Unfortunately, none of the shots actually clip onto that. But for APG, we all know that if someone were to shoot at them, they would take it as a sign to fight. So I'm curious to see what's going to be happening here, because what I'm guessing here is for APG, because they positioned themselves in that compound there, I'm wondering that if they want to be the gatekeepers for Ravenwood, because Harley is so low right now, I don't think she has the resources to heal.
Ooh.
Yep, she does go down.
Yep, hashtag caster's curse. The moment you mentioned
it's
it,
not
that
a
just
caster's
happened.
curse. It's
Okay.
just honestly a good prediction, right, from both of us. It's just like what we've seen so far from the last 2 weeks.
Okay, fair enough. I'll take that. I'll take positivity. But Baby, ooh, she might be in a good position to take down Marcus. Marcus is focusing on Wak Jong, so he'll be sandwiched. Just waiting for Baby to get into position. But Baby, oh, Marcus with that flick takes down Baby. He was the fastest to react.
Yeah, and Marcus. At least Wak Jong does
wait,
answer, but
what?
what a long-range shot by Nung X from FOD. My hands are in the air in shock right now. I know this map is tiny, but I wasn't expecting it to be that clean.
You know, that's what they say, size doesn't matter. The size of the map doesn't matter. They can still shoot you from that distance.
Yeah. Honestly, it's just great game sense all around coming through here. And look at WPM. I'm surprised at how quiet WPM is. Usually throughout, I think around this time of the game, we always see WPM fighting someone, always a 4v4. They might come up on top, but if you saw day number 1, WPM was a little bit unlucky when it comes to these situations. But hold that thought, because APG is just running straight into PvE.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, APG. They were sandwiched among the members of PB, and now PB will be happy to pick the 2 elimination points up, but they're not done yet as other teams are shooting onto them, putting pressure on the PBE.
PBE was just be the team to keep APG out of the circle, and they're doing so well. They do have time before the blue zone rushes through, but Troll, there's just so many angles and so many teams shooting at them. And this is one of the most annoying things about this map, as Exit finds his way into the circle, will be shot down. As so unfortunate for him, and I think 11th place for APG with 6 eliminations, I think they'll take that.
Oh yeah, actually 6 eliminations at 11th place actually not too bad, so I guess they'll be content with it. But will the teams be content with the next piece of circle? So it does move on to the right side. GE has the best position possible because where GE is at is a whole stretch of high ground.
It's nice high ground they've been holding. They've been holding to this area for a long time. We saw Ichi just now actually challenging KE as well as G-Lab. Now, my biggest fear is for FOD and G-Lab, because we've seen for GE, they are great sharpshooters. They know how to play with those angles, those high grounds. Speaking of angles, here's Federalis, our MVP for day number 1. And we were just talking about how day 1, how they weren't really on the highest point, but Federalis was still voted as one of the top players coming forward. I'm really curious to see what he does for his team today, as the other members of HWG is gonna have to take this fight against KE to get into the circle. It's gonna be rough, it's gonna be hard, but HWG want to come and fight.
Oh, Bomboy! Oh no, knocked down by an explosion. I think he was trying to rotate into the circle with his vehicle and he got shot down. And finished off by Michi, so that's going to be West Point Mamba starting their campaign here. 3 elimination points so far for them. And PBE still taking out the blue though, so I think they're being gate-kept by West Point Mamba.
Yeah, but as the other members of KE and PBE go down, HWG, despite being gate-kept and fighting KE at the same time, will be able to get a knock onto the members of G-Lab. Regardless, Mewtwo wants to take this. He knows exactly where the top is, cooks up that nade, throws it out, whether it clips. No, it doesn't, thankfully. But the blue zone will be doing its damage. Double damage blue zone. The top does find Yatka, but the top is doing so good at playing this gatekeeping situation.
2 Pro eliminated at number 9 with 0 elimination points. That means Game Lab, no points for them in this round. Mewtwo, only 1 first aid left. And then it's either giving himself to the blue or maybe to KE.
I think he's trying to deny those points. It's better to just go down to the blue than to give these teams the points, right? But I think the top, I mean, we know the top. He's always been such a perfectionist that wants to secure every point as he can. Coming into day 2, but I think for Mewtwo, that's okay. Good night, sweet prince, I guess. And look at the amount of space GE has to control the entire circle. And what's more interesting is that the people leaving the compounds are going to have such an annoying time rushing into the circle.
Speaking about having an annoying time, Troll from PBE had an annoying time in the blue because they were gate-kept by West Point Mamba earlier on, so they didn't really have much of a choice. So I guess the strategy, again, the same, is just to deny the point from anyone else.
Yeah. KE, I think they're very comfortable. They can play the side of the terrain. I mean, if they're smart enough, they can, because it is a pretty steep terrain. So they can take advantage of it. Some smokes, I think, would give them a lot of advantage. They do have tree cover. And if they can manage to zone out GE with maybe some mollies or even a nade or so, it gives them a little bit more space to work with, and that's exactly what they're doing, well, at least without the throw balls, because KE has vehicles instead, and they are not afraid to use it.
And KE getting into the circle, circling around just to gather information if anyone's there, playing it a little bit safe. Cloud will be finished off, and that's number 6, 2 elimination points for Falcon. And guess who got it? It's West Point Mamba.
Yep, West Point Mamba on a roll, and now we're down to top 5, where we have 3 teams still happy and healthy with 4 players. Nate gets cooked up here by GE. The top right just forward. He takes down. He goes down to Master Ichi. What a fight! A nice, beautiful nade is done, and the sprays come out. GE still holding down the line.
Oh yes, and they have the high ground advantage. Boy Sean is only 10% of health left. GE can move in to finish him off, or will the blue finish him off? Right now, Borsha is holding his ground. He managed to reset up to 80%. But GE not taking that risk. They don't want to let go of their good high ground position just yet.
They're still buying some time. This terrain is just so good in Master Ichi's favor. GE was smart enough to hold on to this. Davan goes down to the play zone as Boy Sean tries to hold on for his dear life. Master Smile has a bit of an idea where Boyshawn is, but he has no clue where exactly he is. As Alz runs us forward, he will be the one to come in with this V formation with his teammate. Clears him out. One molly is all he needs. He cooks him. I'm not sure if still alive. Yep, he does go down.
Yeah, that's your answer. KE 6 elimination points, and they're still dominating the circle. West Point Mamba Water will be knocked down. Smile will try to stop Second from coming up to the high ground. They are still on the outside of the circle, and there is not much time as the circle will close completely soon.
Regardless, we still have a team out in the blue zone. CFU just trying to go for this climb. Zen goes down to the play zone. I think 1 second will be doing that to us. WPM is trying to take this fight. Smile finally knocked out of the way. And WPM going in for that reset. They take up the space. They have a nice crossfire coming through. They don't realize where West Carry is. CFU goes down. We're down to our top 3.
Oh, GE, one of them down, but they still have the circle. FOD, one player left behind, so he could be the kingmaker against GE. Doesn't seem like GE knows that there's someone behind. They're so focused on the West One Mamba now.
As the circle pushes forward, WPM has 0 advantage. The terrain not on their side. Federal is trying to force something to happen. His car is on fire. His HP is so low. West Carry is found by Nam X, just as you predicted, Sir Cloud. What is happening?
Oh, the Kingmaker! Nagax had to come in from behind, and now GE, they're falling apart. Could Nagax pull out the heroic move and get FOD their chicken dinner? It's been a while.
Yeah, I'm really liking how WPM has been surviving this. It's so good. They take their time, they're not afraid to take up space, and they make this low side of the terrain work so good. And with Nang X taking out one member of GE, this is working out so well in their favor as Amaras rushes forward, playing ring around the Rosie. Nang X just waiting for the right time to just jump shot. He does get one. It's Masa Ichi actually that does it. Nang X getting some help from the enemy team. Nang X goes down, and it's gonna be Amaz that takes it.
Oh, that could be a little bit of help here. Oh, but wait a second. Ichi knocked out by Michi. Their names are very similar, but it's going to be West Point Mamba on point for round number 1, taking home the chicken dinner.
Wow, that was honestly so intense as a final circle. WPM was so quiet toward the middle round. And remember, I asked you, Sir Cloud, I said, they're really quiet right now. What on earth is happening? This is so out of character. But then, just as you predicted, Sir Cloud, you said that they understood that surviving toward the end will net them elimination points, and that is exactly what they did. Well played toward WPM.
You know what? To a certain extent, I thought that GE would have gotten the chicken dinner if not because of the backstab.
No. Really? I mean, I thought GE would have it because they had great prediction of the circle. I thought they had great area control. But you know what they didn't realize? The amount of people that will try and contest that area. The amount of people that would go for the backstab by Nang X. They didn't realize Nang X was there. And I think for WPM, this wait and see method is looking so good for them. But why don't you break down Michi's play, Sir Cloud?
Well, Michi, I mean, 2 elimination points. I don't think this tells his story. I guess it's also because that he dished out a lot of damage, so 639. So it just shows that he's been doing a lot of work for the team, and other teammates finish the opponents off. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because the points still go to the team overall. It does look sexy if you can get those eliminations for yourself, but it is still the whole team that will qualify through.
You know what's really interesting? I think like throughout last week and beginning of this week, we saw so many throwables. This is the least amount of throwables I have ever seen in a game so far. Like, this is so low. Usually Sanok maybe get 10, 15 max.
Yeah, like everyone's like single digit at the top 4. We don't get to see this all the time. But we get to see this all the time. Early fights, it's either inside Paradise Resort or Boot Camp.
Yeah, I think that in this game in particular, I didn't see any changes to the momentum or tempo of play here for teams, and it is understandable. We did go to reshuffle on day 1. That is the day that you really want to keep an eye on the players. Day 2 is the equalizer, and day 3 is when teams get really, really comfortable, and I think that's exactly what we saw today. Comfort, understanding of how the rotations are happening, what the team can bring to the table, and I think it worked out so well. WPM looking good, 20 points, and I think this is a very, or at least a big statement amount for the opening match for the day.
Yep, so WPM with 10 elimination points, bringing them 20 points in total. Other than that, of course, we got a couple of teams who did not get a single point. We got Game Lab, Young Gaticos, as well as Enigma. Some surprises there. But for the Singaporean teams, FV, at least they got themselves 4 points, 4 elimination points in fact, despite not having a single rank point. It's okay.
It's good, I think, because they were the ones who got knocked out. I think FCON was the one who ran into their area and they punished them for it. And I lived to see this happen because for FV, it felt like on I think the earlier part of the week, they weren't as strong enough to defend against these, which means that there are improvements. There is strengths to see coming into the end of the week. As we see the second page here, Ravenwood still hasn't changed, but it's interesting how we see G Lab, right? They have a chicken dinner, but because of they haven't been really consistent. I think day 1 was the day that really surprised me. But then day number 2 and today, at least so far, we haven't really seen them find their footing quite yet.
Yeah, so I mean, I really want to see them do well, not gonna lie. But they got to do themselves a favor, right? And not only that, one of the other reasons why I want to see them do well, okay, this is an additional bonus reason. It's because we also have yet to see a female and female from Singapore. Yeah, a female player going on to the grand finals.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit complicated. We can have a long talk about it. It can get very interesting. And I think throughout so many titles, we have seen girls really try to make it into this very heavily male-dominated place. But at the end of the day, there will be that disparity. Again, the lack of competitive experience. Maybe perhaps give them another 2-3 seasons. They might be able to come on board as they learn playing in pressure and playing these high-level plays. And number 2, I think it also comes from, the idea that, we're the only team here, so there's an extra layer of pressure that we have to be doing well in order to move forward. But again, Ravenwood feels very one-dimensional, but enough about them, because now we're moving on to Air Angle. And I think this is really fun, because YG just now, they weren't able to finish Sanhok with a single point. Could this be their redemption match?
Yeah, well, looking at the stats, they do have the best stat inside of Irango, that's number 1. But I'm going to give the but here. Sin will be playing in this round. Beware of Sin.
I think Sin is the epitome of a perfect poster child for PUBG Mobile. I'm not saying that because I'm partial to them or anything, but because of how they play. They understand timing, they know how to survive, they know when to go aggressive, and they know how exactly to play aggressive. Because when you have a nice balance, you get a team as beautifully and as perfectly balanced as Thanos says, like Sin.
Yeah, so Sin will be back in the next round. Earlier in the previous round, they didn't play, so to a certain extent, teams get an off round, but no off round next, as we will be heading on to Irango. A, B, D, and E will be the groups that will be playing. Group C will be taking a break next, and in Group C, it will be Yangu Galacticos, Enigma, as well as FBMPX. I think Enigma, I want to say that Enigma needs a break, but I think they've been taking way too many breaks.
Yeah, okay, so Enigma is a whole new can of worms. When you talk about aggressiveness in a dictionary, here's the word aggressive, here's the word Enigma. And in a good way. I love how aggressive they are early. But play aggressive early comes with risks. It's a high risk, high reward play. In week number 1, it looks good because everyone is caught off guard. They don't know how to defend against that kind of play. But in week 2, when everyone is ready, when everyone has read you, when you've been microscoped to heck, that is where things spell trouble. I think for KE, because week 1, they had to deal with Harame Bros not dropping in their spot every single time. Now with Enigma dropping their spot, it's like, them again. Oh wait, it's not Harame Bros, it's another team. Doesn't matter, we're prepared. And that's exactly what happened on Sanhok.
Yeah, and if they're able to win the fight, that's fine. But yeah, unfortunately, Enigma, it's tough for them. I remember even in day 1, they were fighting against FVMPX and they lost the fight as well. So it just shows that when it comes to just taking fights, a lot has to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think maybe they should kind of restrain taking these early fights. Perhaps just kind of figure out how to put themselves in a situation where they can win. More loot, perhaps, staying alive, and maybe do it like Sin. I think for Sin as well as GE, you don't see them taking these early fights unless they really, really have to. And it's very rare. You only see them taking fights maybe toward the middle, toward the end, where they understand like, okay, toward this time, we are going to be getting points. So this is where we can start getting this extra points because we know we are going to go, at least when we go down, there are going to be points in the bag. But for my predictions, I mean, this is really awful. I tell Choo all the time, I am the epitome of like, there's no copium picks for me. Only patterns, only performances. So it's really hard to say anything about my picks. But what about yours?
Well, I got Sin as well. So, I mean, it's the first game, right? So you have to like, okay, Sin, first game. And yeah, I think this is like a no-brainer pick for me. But one of the teams that I think is really on a steady rise, I think we noticed it. I'm not sure if the audiences notice it, but KE is definitely on a steady rise. So right now, I think they're
steady rise. I disagree with you, Sir Cloud.
Fight me
they're
for
on
it.
a bombastic rise.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yes, they're on a bombastic rise. They're increasing. Day 1, 0. Day 2, bam, 4th place. Are you kidding me? They're so good.
And day 3 so far, they won their first fight against Enigma. So I mean, KE, right? That's why you got them in your chart as well, your prediction.
Exactly. I mean, we are agreeing. So you know. It's a good thing.
That means will they get the chicken dinner now that we
I'm
both
scared.
for once
No.
Okay.
No, if we're both rooting for them, I'm scared. I don't know. I don't trust the Sir Cloud. This sounds so cursed.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, so unfortunately we can't test who's cursed now since we both pick KE.
Exactly. Okay, but there's Austria and WPM, and there's Sid and APG.
Right.
So we'll know who's cursed and who's blessed.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident with Sin though, not gonna lie.
Me too, actually. I just didn't put them in because I feel like I put them in a lot last week. So I'm like, okay, I think it's time for me to give my support for other teams. I think WPM is a team that, again, no chicken, no problem. They broke that streak. They got a few. But they're okay at just surviving till the end of the match with quite a handful of points coming forward. They are very, very consistent. And the same can be said about Austria. But let's talk about APG. I'm really curious because week 1 was like bam, bam, bam for them. But now this week, it feels like everyone has found their weakness. What do you think their weakness is?
Well, I think if we look at the previous round, like in the Sandhawk round, they didn't really take advantage of it. Okay, so they were at that position. It was one of the high grounds. They were at the position first. And then it was FVMPX coming to them after that, right? And it feels like they weren't prepared for anyone who comes to them. They weren't prepared for FV to come to them. It's like, hey, I'm already at high ground. To a certain extent, I think that they could have stopped FV from coming in onto the high ground first, eliminating them way earlier before they lost out some of the members. So I think there was a bit of a missed opportunity there. And if they're able to like get their play right, I think they can be really, really good. Like what you say, week 1 they've shown it.
Yeah, and I think that for week number 1, a lot of impact was put in by Exit being their lurk, being their flank, playing alone on the side, and he's able to just crossfire, just catch people off guard. But I think for this week, every time people realize it's APG, immediately eyes are already out looking for Exit because that's how much impact they've done on week number 1. And I would really love to see a reshuffle or a change on their playbook. Maybe perhaps going for a 2-2 sort of play, maybe even playing together as a 4 might be even better because you can use your teammates to bait. When you can swing together, it's even better. If you have that trade potential, someone jumps up with a DBS, your teammate goes down, you're able to trade out because DBSs, that's one weakness about them because you're not able to quickly go for that second shot. It's good for 1v1 for sure, but definitely not when you're overwhelming the enemy team. So want to see that of a change, maybe. Who knows what we're going to be expecting today. But again, PUBG Mobile, it's really hard to figure out what's going to happen, especially if the flight path and the circle is just,
Okay, and since we'll be jumping to Irango next, right? Okay, let's talk about your wish list circle now.
My wish list circle. Wow, it feels like Christmas already. Can I ask for a computer? I'm just kidding. My wish list circle. I haven't seen a Rozak circle in a while. I know it's straight up in the middle, but imagine a Rozak circle and half of it, and the middle of it is the water. So people have to figure out if they want to cross and get the buildings in Rozak, or is it going to be an open area on the northern side? That sounds pretty fun.
Oh, they're kind of like a 50-50 split, right?
Yeah. I don't know why, but I love those 50-50 circles, even though it's not on like an island or the side of the circle. And rotations are going to be easy. So that means we're going to be seeing a lot of the stronger teams come up online and be around the circle. And we get to actually see who is the king of the hill.
Well, I know Tash is always like 50-50. You know, Tash, you gotta learn how to make up your mind, you know. You want this or you want that? Do you want sushi or do you want pizza? You know?
Oh man, why you gotta put two of my favorite things together? It's like when you ask me, what's my favorite team? And I can't answer that.
Well,
I have too many favorite teams.
Okay, alright. Putting the predictions aside, right? Pick one now.
Okay, I mean, back then we only did interviews with Zero. So unless APG does another interview with me, then I can say they're my favorite. But I still have, you know that tender feeling toward APG. You know what I'm talking about. But you know, coming forward, I don't know why, but even though Enigma is very aggressive, but I really like seeing them. They're so fun to watch because of how aggressive they play. It's very 50-50.
I know you've been seeing Enigma for quite a bit recently.
Yeah.
Like at least in the past few months.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know.
It's gonna be fun.
I know it hits there.
Oh, Machna is also very fun to watch. Like I love watching them.
You love
just these aggressive teams. Just in general, aggressive teams are just fun to watch.
Oh, you like aggressive teams now?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I'm surprised that Sin is not in your list though.
They aren't super aggressive. They're not a bad team. They're good. They're really good. But they're not fun to watch until like later, toward the last part of the circle, right? I like seeing aggressive early teams just because it's such a high risk, high reward play. I don't know why, but if you ask me like, oh Tash, what's your favorite style of play? It's those high risk, high reward plays. Those you try to rush into a building and just take up space without the proper weaponry sort of play. I get mad at it and I mauled at these kind of plays when it doesn't go the team I like way. But at the same time, when they win, it's like, yeah, bro.
Wow, how I wish we were at the caster cam and we get to see your facial expression. But yeah, I guess by this time, right, if we were to say like teams like Sin and a couple of other names that you mentioned, it's like, yeah, it's kind of like, it's kind of predictable. Like, yeah, I think it's also time that we gotta give credit where it's due to some of the other teams that's actually uprising.
Exactly.
Just like Here We Go Again. I mean, they've been doing
you know
well.
what? I don't know why I didn't put them in my predictions today. I really should have, because they're just that good. And you know what else is that good? Erangel, which is coming right about now to you.
You know what? Sometimes you have to open the way for Tash to see the truth, the beauty behind the faces. Here we go! But yeah, not here we go for the team, but here we go in Erangel.
Actually, yeah, I think that's the reason why they chose that name, right? Here we go. I don't know if you know the meme as well. That was like, dude, here we go again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be where they got the name from. Either that or the idea is, oh no, it's that team. Here we go again. I don't know. But it's a very fun team to watch. A very fun team when you talk about names. I was talking about Choo Choo about how we're both a big fan of, teams that are a little bit memey, teams that don't take themselves so seriously. But I understand once they get picked up though is when things get serious. Because for organizations, it's no longer a game when you are competing at a level this big.
Yeah, I guess to a certain extent, right? Like, if you want to tell orcs like, hey, we are orc, let's pick us up, right? Like, you don't put a serious name in. You put a meme name, or some teams they put a looking for orc name, like that's very direct,
Team
but you don't want to be that direct. Yeah,
I
like
see that
LFO,
in every
right?
single game. Team
know,
LFO.
right?
And at first I thought LFO was an actual organization. And everyone was like, no, everyone just puts it because they're actually looking for org. And I was like, oh, right. Circle up north. The northwestern side might not see a Razak Kasal Stalber circle is always very fun. Who gets the tippy top of Stalber?
Yeah, I always enjoy a little bit of Stalber. Plus, Stalber, because at least on the recent but not so recent updates, we have the cable car at Stalber. But oh, hell, that thought! Ouch!
No,
that hurts.
Kai! Not so early! I was kind of hoping that they would just run him over with a motorcycle. I don't know why, it's just funnier. It's more funny to be run over by a motorcycle than it is to be run over by a car. Wait, hold up. Can you run someone over with a bicycle?
I don't think anyone has ever tried that. I'm not too sure.
I need to see it.
Man.
Wait, does he know that MM's there?
Uh,
Go back, Wajong!
Dude!
Someone was trying to kill you!
What, John? Oh, he like wait a second. Is he circling around? Does he know? No, he doesn't. Surprise.
Oh no, Wajong! It could have been an extra point for you! Oh well, he survives. And I think, honestly, I don't think Wajong would take this fight. It's not really something that they want to do so early anyway. Perhaps he did know someone was set up. That might be the reason why he left.
Probably. You know what? This is where sometimes it would be great if we can get the team comms. You know, like how in racing shows, like you get team comms.
That's
yeah,
fun.
that'll be awesome.
Yeah, I think that, you know, paging for PUBG Mobile, paging for you guys to start recording player comms to put in your highlights, because that would be really awesome. You know, mic checks? Oh, freaking love mic checks, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So you know, if in the future, if it happens in this show, you know where it came from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Tash.
I'm
just kidding. I've seen it in other platforms. It's already done. It's not from me. And speaking of not from me, Newbie says not from me right now to take this fight. And he just goes away, and Bro says, you know what, get in. We're not taking this fight. We out. We out, guys.
Yeah, the bros. I mean, they haven't had the best of times as well. They're just like okay-ish, but
They had a good day. They
better.
had a good day one, no?
But yesterday, day one was alright. Then yesterday was a bit. That's why they're at number 10 right now. So technically, number 10. You're on
Tell me
page
what
2.
happened, Sir Cloud. Walk me through what happened to them yesterday.
Well, I guess sometimes it's kind of hard to tell. You know, it's like because if you get eliminated fairly early, then you'll be like, oh, what just happened to them? Oh, they went out. Oh, okay. So
it's
we
like
got
the
15
YG just now, right?
Yeah, it's like the YG. Like you didn't know what happened, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, they only left with one player.
Yeah, I wish that we had like multiple cameras around us, like screens to see every single team. But imagine casting like that. I think my brain would internally explode from overload. And speaking of overload, Clur gets knocked, thankfully. Not knocked, but gets shot at. Does not get knocked. Does answer back, but I think it's more of a warning shot, if anything.
Oh, but the warning is that you better leave because Holy Lanju is coming in as well. And let's not forget, this is Sin that we're talking about. But Newbie, Game Lab. It's just hard to watch, you know. You know they're the only team with a chicken dinner on page number 2 now.
Yeah, that's rough. And I think that whenever you see teams with chicken dinner on page number 2, it's always very... You can tell like they do have that potential. And then you question, is it potential? Are they good? Or is it a moment that was just giving them a situation that gives them the chicken dinner? Like unusual circles or a circle that favors them. And you don't want them to have those moments. You want to see that potential come through. And I think they just haven't had the answer quite yet. But they still have a few more days as KE. KE, I noticed that they're always running into a team so early into these early fights. And I don't know, is it luck or what?
I guess they can be in your list of like teams that really like to play it aggressive then.
Yeah, they are. That's why they're in my predictions. But I'm just curious to know if it's luck or something that is planned.
Well, this is where I wish that we have an interview with the team, right? But anyway, I don't know if it's luck or if it's planned for them to want to meet with Sin this early.
There's a lot of questions to come forward, and that's why we need them to get to the grand finals, because getting to the grand finals means we get the interview that we finally might get in the container area. Here is CFU. I love when circles end here because we see the most interesting DBS plays. Yes, DBSs are just not it for me, but like when everyone has a DBS and everyone is jump shotting, it's so fun to watch.
Yeah, and you lock them in a maze, right? Then you'll be like, oh, we only have one direction to go, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes you're like, oh, does that one direction in the next corner, is there someone waiting? And it'll be like, how do we play this? You know, that kind of moment.
I mean, there are some teams that are very smart about it. They go for a 2 swing, they come and deal with crossfires, but you know, it's a very big area with so many different corners. The only way to really come out of that alive is to have loads of throwables. I'm talking about mollies to just clear out corners. I'm talking about nades. I'm talking about smokes to just let you move around the area. But still, I think smoke plays are even more scary because I've seen way too many people playing inside the smoke and just jump shot you with the DBS, and I'm like, that is illegal, sir. This is not a horror game.
Yes, haze is illegal, guys. So please don't do open burning, you know? PSA for everyone out there. But PSA for CFU. Could another team bump into them? Okay, it's going to be HWG, but they're just going to pass by, so that's alright.
CFU. I really want to talk more about them. But like on week 1, I saw moments that they shine. And I'm just like, okay, there's a lot of potential for this team. Would love to see more from them. They had moments where we thought that they would overwhelm some of the big names. And most times it's very quiet. And I am very scared for Shroud. He's in trouble as Marcus as well runs for his life. And Shroud goes down. Federalis is very sharp. Look at this V formation he has with his teammate on 2 different terrains.
I know, right? I'm liking the formation of West Mamba, and because of the formation, they can shoot from multiple angles, and to the opponent, it's like, wherever you run, we can still see you.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the biggest strengths of West Point Mamba, because they're not afraid to play alone. They're not afraid to hold on to the area by themselves. And it's very rare that we see, like you say, Federalis gets knocked down. We can immediately see a quick rotation for his teammates. It's going to be a must that rushes out. I think he's trying to get that pick. But they're trying to be very careful because they have no clue where the other members of APG are. Exit puts in that damage, and we know that's the firepower we wanted to see from Exit, and I'm glad that he's finally back. He knocks him and he takes him out as the circle ping-pongs toward the western side. The sprays are out from Nyx. Unfortunately, none of the damage will actually get through.
I think their teammates already eliminated, but okay, we got a couple of knockdowns here onto APG. Looks like they are falling apart, and this is where Mix will be happy to take revenge.
Yeah, 2 members of APG already knocked down as well. Like, we would have thought like it's gonna be a 1 pick, and then we might see an answer for the other members of WPM. Now, the problem with APG here is they can manage to get picked, but they're not really being proactive in taking up that space. It's so different than WPM because we saw, see, immediately they got picked, they rush forward, they just take him out. And I love that for them. It's very, very proactive. And we're not seeing this proactive side of APG today, or at least this week in general. I'm wondering what changed.
Yeah. Now that they only left with 2 players, so I think it comes back to what we discussed before the round started, right? It's like, when it comes to taking fights, it's like they allow other teams to overcome them. Just like how West Mamba, but credit to West Mamba as well, because they opened up a good space and they had good tactics in taking that first knockdown. But why can't APG do that, if you kind of think about it, right?
What about Austria? Austria is also a team that I have my eye on because, as I said before, right, week 1, not so great early, come into the middle part on second half of the week, making it out alive. And I'm just curious, like, what is the mindset for these teams? I mean, we know they have a winning mindset. I know they've been playing for a very long time, especially Skyden. He is like the senpai. For you guys who don't understand what senpai is, like the senior of the team. And I think that for Skynin, I'm not sure if he is the IGL or not. But I think because he's been playing for a long time, there is a lot of insight that he can impart to the team, a lot of knowledge as well. And it really shines into comeback moments, the moments where it's high pressure cooker and they might not be making it out alive. I'm wondering how exactly do they maintain that level of clarity in their mind? Why do they not have these like panic moments in their brain?
Yeah, and yeah, I guess that's what makes them one of the best teams around, right? And they are, if you kind of look at the numbers, they're only 8 points away from Sin. 8 points in 1 round is good enough for them to overtake Sin.
They're very, very close. And they are definitely, I think Sin and Oz just share one thing in common. For points, they don't really have to rely on getting that chicken dinner. But we are starting to see all these picks across the board. FOD now in trouble. MQN will be the one meeting them. I would love to see that happening, but APG exit. Oh, 2 process. He sees a guard. He's like, yeah, I don't have enough teammates here. Let's go let Sonic go through. I don't know. For APG, it's really interesting because when you talk about APG, you compare them to their previous roster, and now previous roster, very, very passive. New roster, very, very aggressive. But both seem to not have found the answer to their problems. And one problem is going to be there. It's going to be Skynin trying to go in for those aggressive shots. Not happening quite yet as the other members go for the reposition.
Yeah, they'll be like, nope, we don't want to have any of this. As the circle shifts towards the left onto Severny. Yeah, so everyone for Starboard needs to look at the amount of teams in the Starboard area.
And there is a reason why. Because it's all of those, I would say, buildings there, and everyone's just trying to fight for those compounds. And I don't blame them, because compounds ultimately will give you a little bit of value in terms of positioning, in terms of cover. Of course, if the circle pulls out, it's not going to be very fun. But GE has their eye on two different teams.
Oh.
What? Chilap already out? That's so unfortunate. So early too.
Game lab out. I noticed a post from the coach. He was actually working late night yesterday, so
from Game Lab?
Yeah, from Game Lab. So I think he was just trying to figure out what's actually happening with Game Lab, because they are sliding down and down, further down even.
Yeah, it's honestly so surprising. But GE, a team that hasn't really done so well, but hold that thoughts. KE rushes forward, finds the last two members of APG. So unfortunate for them. A team that's had a pretty good record on this map, taking out 15th place with only one elimination, is honestly not the outcome APG wanted to get. Now, this is Sin, a team that I think you already have a lot of expectations for, a team that I had a lot of expectations for. And I think that if you notice, I'm not sure if it's just a me thing or a them thing, but their rotations have always been a little bit later.
Yes, and they're still doing it, and it has worked out for them. Why change, right? But for Sin this time around, no elimination points just yet, but it's okay. We're still fairly early in this stage, so I guess the reason they're coming in a little bit later is also because that they can backstab other teams. And we have seen that before, I guess in day one, whereby they come in and they backstab teams and they just break dreams.
Breaking dreams is being a team known for breaking dreams is rough. And speaking of rough, it's gonna be Migs that's in a rough spot right now. Immediately, he's not only knocked down, but GE wants to rush up forward, take the pick, not happening. Smile will be there to answer back at least. Michi nearly gone down as Federalis' car on fire, and he is so low. Migs blown to smithereens. I don't know how Federalis is gonna survive this.
Oh yeah, Federalis now without a vehicle has to go on foot, but at least the good news is that he's within the circle, so he can buy time for himself now. He just needs to stay put. Doesn't seem that the opponents know exactly where he is. And now speaking about the circle will shift, and Federalis, time to move.
Look who's in the middle of the circle. CFU. We were just talking about them, and I think their priority has been to take up space in the middle side. Regardless for Arkanzi, he's in trouble, gets a lot of damage knocked onto him. A buggy is not going to give him the cover that he needs, so he's going to quickly move out of the terrain, try and relay as much information as he can to his teammates. So at least his teammate is in front of him, can give him a bit of cover, can answer back if anyone will be shooting. But for SayCloud, I think he's a little bit too far away from his teammates, and I do not like his positioning at all. If he were to go down, I'm not sure if his teammates will be able to back him up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they're here now.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So I guess he's the one that moves first. He finds good space and it's like, okay, guys, this area is clear. They'll move in. But long range from none other than Ostia Esports, taking 2 down from Falcon. But they should be able to pick each other up since they're in the same area.
I think what's really interesting today is the amount of aggressive plays coming through. It's going to be Ostia rushing out, FCON in trouble. The jump shots from Astro will not keep him alive for too long. They rush down, but Goblin, being the Goblin he is, takes one down. Camper X goes for the sprays, gets one up, saves his teammate. He rushes forward, immediately lobbies one more, and now he's going to quickly go for that revive spray in 1v1 against Chanlone. But Chanlone is so low, I don't know if he's going to be able to go for that reset. I think he does.
Can he? Okay, he should be able to. Alright, now it's going to be Scry as well as Camper. 2v2 basically, but one of them, Astro X, have been picked up. In fact, Ostia Esports, they can reset as a full squad, but then Nate comes in, will stop them from doing so. And now Zai will be gunned down from the other side. Zai shot by Zappel from Ravenwood. Where did that come from?
That's actually really good. I love this proactive stance here from Ravenwood, but coming back to FCON versus...
Oh, wait!
What on earth was that? Konzi! That was nasty! As the sprays come out here, it's gonna be FOD that's in trouble.
Oh man, that just happened. But now, FOD will need to win this fight against the pros. The pros share the same compound. In fact, there's another team coming in. I believe it's Sin. But then again, it's going to be Nang X knocked down. Easy K. Can he pull off an interesting move here? Can he pull off a clutch? Because he needs to pick up his teammates quickly. Okay, the compound is secured for now, but Few is coming in.
Oh, Few. I want to see him make miracles. I want to see him be able to take this for the team. Harame hasn't had the best run quite yet. He does get the revive onto FOD. One nade can just quickly change that away. They hear the footsteps. Can see Joseph go into the prone. Positions themselves. Not sure what happened to MQN.
Here we go.
That nade comes
Bam!
through. Ooh, there we go. Joseph goes down.
Oh, that's a heartbreaking moment. Joseph managed to revive himself, reset himself, but the moment he does that, the nade lands. And now Phil comes in with the DBS gameplay. He got two of them to deal with. DBS, he gets one. Can he get the second one? Yes! Will be the man to clutch it out. 3 from FOD. Goes onto his hands.
Few, the last man standing, still managing to snag 3 points for his team. What a play. As Ravenwood will be locked out by GE. Baby tries to keep alive Wajong inside of the smokes. Now, I'm not the most excited about this sort of placement because the sprays can come through from GE. But looking at KE now, they have their eyes onto Few.
Oh yeah, they'll be happy to take it out. They know that he's the last man there. I guess they're also waiting for like, okay, Phil, why not you come to us? Because Phil right now, he's surrounded by roads. At the moment he comes out, pretty much free exposure for KE.
Yep. Here's the fun. Some smokes to give him a little bit of wriggle room, but HWG, known for their aggression, is what I want to see. He sprays out, unfortunately does not connect. I'm surprised HWG hasn't answered yet, but for D2Y playing against PBE, one nade is all he needs, just completely lobby them. But here comes Chanlone. I was sort of hoping he runs into them, but that Shaq, I understand that he doesn't want to go too aggressively. He's and the nade comes through from D2Y. Look at that play. All these nade plays are just disgustingly good.
Well, I wonder which is even worse, like if you ran into them or the nades. I'll take either one. Yeah, I know, right? They're equally great. It's like pizza and sushi, you can't decide.
Yeah, there's a lot of different flavors, and that's exactly what we expect here in the wild card. So many different countries. As Sin, they have to take this fight against TGOA. TGOA has had a pretty good run with their firepower, with their teamwork. This 2-2 formation can give a lot of value to them, but can also mean their death if they know how to isolate them.
Oh, but this is the interesting part about Sin, right? Like, at this stage onwards, normally they are a team that plays very, very well. And the fact that TGOA is the one to meet up with Sin, I'll be afraid for TGOA. Plus, on top of that, practically Sin has the high ground view onto TGOA.
Yeah, but I think TGOA would rather play together. But ooh man, the DBS plays are just too nasty. Davan goes down at the same time. HWG on a roll. Yanka just runs someone over. That is so gross, but do it again, please.
Wow, oh, Tash being nasty now. But TGOA now needs to deal with Sin as we kind of expected. They are within the circle. Kayla comes in with a UMP in hand. He knows that his opponent has a shotgun as well, but Kayla loses to a shotgun in that sort of close range. The shotgun normally wins.
I am shocked at Sin taking 9 plays, 0 points. I expected them to come up on top, but TGOA, it's as though they had learned a lot from the last week or so in how exactly to take these fights. And speaking of that, Master Smile will be the one. Smile is, he takes 1 member of CFU, make it 2. This angle he's playing with the DBS. Oh, I wouldn't want to be on the other end of that DBS.
Oh, get ready for another nade though. The nade will be tossed out to the second floor. Will not connect the Hang, but Hang is all alone though, so it's going to be Hang against the world. And the world is GE that he's talking about now. He's super duper low. Another nade will take him out. When you love grenade plays, you will love this round.
Regardless, for GE, 1 compound only. Usually for GE, we see more space taken. But this time around, they're taking their time to find their way into the area. I mean, they do have a 3-1 formation happening, which is not bad. But my concern now are these grenades. We're seeing a lot of that happening today. And I'm really hoping that they're able to have that space to wiggle around, to avoid those nades, and go for pickup if they have to.
Speaking about nades, right? I think this is like the round that we have the most grenade elimination, or maybe at least it's been a while. So far we can see that there's, I wish we had the stats, right? Like how many grenade eliminations we would have, and I think this round is definitely up there. Oh, hang on that thought. Ravenwood is still alive with a full squad. Doing well this
Yeah.
round.
They're playing the survival game very good this time, going for long-range picks. They're actually going into GE's compound. They're going forward. Master GE is alone. They had known exactly where he is, and they're trying to go in for that fight. But they are a little bit separated. I'm just really scared for the firepower coming in from GE. They break that door. They take up space. Master Ichi is already out, so at least it keeps him out of the way. Now, my concern for Ravenwood is them being boxed inside the area, and they take up a lot of damage.
You have a good backup from Ichi's teammate as well. I gotta give it to them for allowing him to do that exit. And now two teams sharing the same compound and they're within the circle. This compound can prove valuable. But because we're at the sixth stage of the circle, there will be a possibility that the other teams might want to come in. And now Ichi naded down. There's almost no way for the rest of GE to pick him up.
Yeah, but they do get one constellation pick, which is gonna be what, Jong? I think, sorry, Baby. So I'm not sure if they're able to pick her up. She's still just holding on for dear life. Master Ichi crawling toward his teammates, trying to relay information. And look at this smoke trail they've made for him. Zapple trying to bait out a teammate, but it's just so unfortunate they weren't able to go for that pick. If they go for that pick, it will give them a lot of power and space to work with, but that's not happening. I'm really hoping for more proactive plays from Ravenwood.
Well, the good news for Ravenwood is that they managed to pick up Baby, but the bad news is that Zapper got knocked down. Ooh, a little bit of a trade there. Still within the circle though. HWG on the other hand spots out May W. Puts on the long range shot by Yatka. Will not connect. They don't really need to force it yet, but if they can get it knocked down, it will be a bonus.
As Mewtwo manages to see May W, I don't think any of the shots are going to be hitting, but TGOA, they're on the side of the circle. Like it or not, they need to force his push in, and that's exactly what does. But time is running out. The other members of TGOA don't have a lot of HP to work with. And now, as GE takes this fight with Ravenwood, I think this is the best time. Not only can they third party, but they have their sights onto HWG. And I think this is a good thing, because extra points are always good for TGOA as they put in a lot of damage to them. But they haven't been able to secure picks quite yet. But it's only Edward that will be trying to sandwich the team of GE.
Ooh, but then again, I guess everyone's just holding their ground, pulling off warning shots, because you might as well wait for the next piece of circle. We will be at circle number 7 after this, and who will be favored by the circle shifts, and it moves somewhere to the middle, which also means that the guys of Asia will need to move, and they have GE to deal with in their next phase.
They can go for Yetka first, get that one pick, take up space, maybe secure the airdrop. That will be much better. But Ravenwood's still very much alive. And Baby, wow, she marked TGOA. They got one pick, but will be answered back by Edward. So it's been a 1-1 pick here. But the question now is, can both teams actually secure these picks? And now why I want to ask this is so they can whittle down the numbers, reduce the firepower, and prevent them from reviving. But it doesn't seem that Ravenwood has been really proactive in actually securing these picks.
But then again, we see here that, okay, pretty much all these teams quite balanced into getting into the circle because it's a middle circle. But we still have stage 8. And stage 8 might mean that some teams may need to cross the road, especially on the teams on the left side. There's going to be TGOA. So hopefully they are stocked up enough in terms of their smoke utilities, but they seem to be expanding them now.
Oh my god, Baby finds West Carry. This is big. West Carry's impact for the team is huge, and without him, maybe there might be a lot less, I would say, impact for them. But Yatka moves away from the vehicle. He does not want to get exploded. He moves out of the way, and this is good for him. It provides him a little bit of cover. But for him, surviving is key, because he's not able to move anywhere. That vehicle is the only cover he has. He gets up, he crosses, he dies.
Right, but let's see who will be the next one to go out. We got 45 more seconds before the next circle will be shown to us. At the same time, there's one player on the far right. That Lone Ranger from Falcon. He's being shot at from afar. I'm not sure if we can actually survive this, because a lot of teams are starting to give him attention. That one last player from Falcon is proning just by the edge of the circle.
It's very, very slow. HWG, they have this 2-1-1 formation going on with Yatka in the front line. So if anything, Yatka can reposition, go aggressive. Harley finds May W. This is huge. Again, really hoping for her to secure those picks. Not happening. And I think them putting all their attention on TGOA can give them those extra points. They're already in the top 5. That's a lot of points for them in the bag. If they can go for those picks, it'll be much better for them to just really launch them up in terms of where they stand. Because if you look at points, they're so far behind most of the other teams. I really, really want to see them go to a grand finals next week. But as Baby, so very low, it's going to be 2DY that goes down. E2Y going down to New 2. Eliminations 8 already in the bag. The guys of Asia still making it work.
Ooh, this is where it's scary for the teams on the left side of the road. Very likely they need to cross, because even if they play by the really edge, it's quite tough because they're out in the open. So TGOA, I don't know how they're going to get across. I think they expanded a lot of their smoke utilities. GE might still have a couple of that. Amuro Chini will go down to Yahiko. That's a long range shot from the other side.
This is a very, very slow circle. I don't think anyone will be moving at all except toward the final minute. Playzone does find Chile. I think for TGOA, the best way they can go here is just to delay and just die off to the blue zone. They don't want to give any of these teams extra points, especially toward Ravenwood, who might be able to take that space. Zapple finds one. Mayw answers back. Alpha in trouble, does not want to get caught out here. The nade comes out. It's with Baby, who's blown to smithereens as Watjong as well goes down. Ravenwood now in trouble. And look at that team, 10 eliminations in, and Ravenwood goes down.
Nicely done, Miltu. He just needs to move his crosshair to the right and he immediately gets another knockdown. But for Ravenwood, unfortunately, there are still no chicken dinner inside for them. HWG, GE as well as the guys of Asia. One of these will get the chicken dinner. Looking good so far for HWG as it's 3v1v1.
7 eliminations. I think this is definitely one of their best performances quite yet. But TGOA finally knocked out by the zone. HWG has been playing very, very carefully as Master Smile eats up that nade. It's a lot of damage, but he doesn't want to give away his positioning. HWG understanding the intensity and how serious this is. They do not want to get knocked out of the way. We saw Nate come through, it doesn't hit him. Sprays out, does not manage to get that blue zone. Eating him up, he's trying to deny those points, goes down, and eventually dies to the play zone, gives the chicken dinner to HWG. Winner, winner, chicken dinner to them.
Wow, here we go again and again and again and again and again. Here we go again.
How many times can you say that quickly?
Man, here we go and again and again and again and again and again and again. Oh my, I can go on and on because these guys are not stopping from yesterday.
Yeah, they are doing very well. It's definitely, I can safely put this label on them now. They are definitely a team that thrives off heat, thrives off momentum, and so long as they do well in the previous matches, it's going to snowball into their next matches so far. We didn't really see that quite last week, but I think Chuchu was really quick to see that potential, and I think it comes from the amount of years that she's put into this game. Now, coming forward, I'm really curious to see. It's going to be Alpha with a 41% team contribution. I think that even though Alpha took a lot of this team contribution, I think that his teammates are also to be applauded because you saw how much, I would say, cover that he was given in order to move forward, especially since his teammate, I don't remember who, was playing in the front line.
Yeah, and also, if we look at the numbers, Alpha, 4 eliminations, but he dished out 836 damage. That's almost twice the number of eliminations that he would have if he were to get that amount of damage. So looking over the teams to watch, obviously HWG with the chicken dinner, and this is more of a normal amount of utilities used. I'm kind of surprised that TGOA did not use a single frag. Normally you won't see that. Normally you always see that frags will be the priority besides the smoke.
I think what was the problem here was because of their positioning. Now, they were keeping those frags toward a later time to make sure that they're going to be able to survive. But what I'm guessing here is they were using a lot of smokes to stay alive, to provide some cover, because they were out there in the open. And they were using mollies to just really zone people out. They didn't have the chance to be able to do that. Now, coming into this game, I think it's already pretty much the same storyline that we see throughout this week. It wasn't really a surprising situation. The only thing that's surprising is that we haven't been seeing teams that were expected to thrive in top, like say YG. I think YG was playing here. I don't remember. I need to check back. But for KE, this is their usual sort of game. But the only thing that really changed here was Ravenwood. did you see the performance and their survivability this time?
Yes, they survived after the top 5, so impressive survivability this time around. But I wish that they would have a better or stronger firepower. I know there are many scenarios to this, and I can't really say that in the previous crash of the GE they would have gotten more out of it, because GE also defended their ground really well by sending a couple of members on the other building, and hence they could defend it against Ravenwood.
Are you kidding me? I'm so sorry, Sir Cloud. I didn't mean to cut you, but
I was
14 and
I was ending there.
oh, sorry, no, I got shocked. I got shocked because 14 eliminations. That is really high.
Yeah, for a team that is really on the rise this week. I think if we talk about like, as compared to week 1 and week 2, arguably the most improved team now is Here We Go Again.
I'm going to 150% agree with you there. Now, while we did see the survivability come through here for Ravenwood, I can't stop highlighting this because this is one of the first times we've seen them survive this long. And I'm wondering what changed here, because we started to see them play a little bit more aggressive toward the beginning of today, and I was so happy to see that. And I think it comes from confidence. It comes from playing in week 1 and 2 and understanding that, you know, we can't keep playing this way. We have to make something happen. While I would love to see them more proactive, but seeing them jump up from I would say a single digit to a double digit is pretty much okay for me. With only about, I say, 11-point difference, I think they will be able to catch up. But again, these are teams that are very hard to catch up to because it's FV, a team that's quite proactive in getting points every single round. It seems like Enigma, who love to play aggressive. If Enigma keeps having this, I would say, downward trend, flipping the coin and not getting, you know, the risk they put in, might change.
And you know what? It's to the point that Ravenwood could catch Enigma. They are only 11 points difference now, and Ravenwood, yeah, they have a lot of up and down, but at least from the previous round, they did better.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was a very difficult circle. It was an okay circle. I would say it was a circle that we usually see. But I think in a lot of situations they got very lucky as well, because just now when they shot out toward APG, when they shot out toward, was it West Point Mamba? I cannot remember the team. These teams did not answer back, and usually for these teams, they usually turn around and fight them. But I think the priority for a lot of these teams was to get positioning inside of the circle themselves. So they were a little bit late into the circle, but they got very lucky to get that compound that was held by, I believe there was like only 2 players inside. So it was already pretty much a no-brainer that they knew where exactly to hit. Now, the fact that they were able to really fight against GE and take them out was very impressive to me.
And you know what else is impressive? It's our break time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be taking a breather. See you guys after this. Oh man, I think the past two matches it's interesting because we get to see different teams. I would say rising teams. Yeah, rising teams. So you know, you always see that, oh, the Sin getting Chikadita, GE getting Chikadita. Not that I hate on them, right? But it's always nice to see like the rising teams putting up the fight. The plot twist, yes, for week 2. What could it be next? Ooh, wow. Okay, so I noticed that in this design there are different types of eyes, like 3 different eyes. Which eye do you like the most? Wow. Yeah, and then I will be looking back at your opponent like, stare into my eyes, stare into my soul now, alright? But you know what else is worth staring at? It's this beautiful bike. Oh man. Oh, Mr. Hashim likes bikes? Oh, okay. One for Mr. Hashim then, you know, if I do see him one day, I know what to get him. Not an actual bike though, can't afford that. But we all can afford this. Yeah. Wow. Okay, Tash, calm down. I get worried with Tash sometimes, you know. But you know what? This is where if I were to be able to go on a date, I would want to go on a date in a Dino park. That'd be so cool. Oh, well, my friends? What? Oh. No, you're Tash Bunny, you know. You're unique. You're special. That's why I can't categorize you the same as every other person. Oh wow, I would want to create the plot twist for Ravenwood at this point. Like they almost got it because they're like number 5 earlier on, and I think yesterday they got a 3rd place. So they are starting to see. Yeah, yesterday they got a 3rd place, and earlier on the previous round number 5. So it's like they're starting to show that sort of rhythm. It's like you just need a little bit more push and you get it right. Oh, wow. Oh. Guys, if you win PMPL, I'll get all of you an actual Ducati bike. Oh, they immediately fired. I was like, yeah, I want to win this. You know, Yep, I'm gone. Yep, I'm gone. I have control. I have power now. Okay, I have power to mute Tash as well if I need to. You know, it's like no Tash, no mute. Done. But you did say if I was the coach. Of course, obviously I'm not, so I can say anything I want technically. Damn. So if you buckle up, now it's time to unbuckle because it's time to jump into the map. Wrangle it is. What a game it has been so far for today. I'm hoping for another surprise. Come on, teams. Ravenwood, come on. FV, those teams, get your chicken dinner on the board. I think Tash, you might want to check if you're unmuted, but
Oh
yeah.
no!
Oh.
I was the whole time. I was not. It was just Sir Cloud talking. That's so unfortunate. But you know what? It's okay.
That means
it's totally okay.
They didn't hear you repeating the screenshot thingy, the clip that thingy, so that's fine.
Oh yeah, that didn't happen. That did not happen. Regardless, as we come into this particular match, it's gonna be really exciting because as we go here, we're starting to see teams drop into each other's places. I'm surprised that KE hasn't dropped down quite yet. I was always expecting them to fight early.
Oh, okay. So where is KE
Wait.
now? Oh, the circle. Ooh. We might get something interesting here. I'm always a fan of also, if not the military base, is the Gaka Mountain Circle. But if we can get like a 50-50, like you know that Hyogo pool, like if we can get that north and the south thingy, that will be kind of nice as well.
Mm-hmm. That's always fun. Now let's talk about FOD's performance today. I think like for when I talk to a lot of other casters about FOD, everyone's like, oh, FOD is a very consistent team. They do pretty well. They're a team that's very known here in the wild card, but very quiet this past 2-3 days. What do you think, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, FOD. In fact, if I remember, because they played last season as well, FOD was one of the teams that's always up there too. And they always get a lot of frags. But this time around, it's a little bit different for FOD. They seem to have like this... I want to make a comparison, right? Like they have like... maybe the Enigma vibes to a certain extent. It's like you don't get to see them winning as many fights as before. Or maybe like the PBE vibes. I think, yeah, closer to a PBE vibe.
Yeah, PBE has also been pretty quiet. I don't know. I guess like for me, seeing PBE at the top for quite some time now, not seeing them up there is a very different sort of feeling coming forward. And, you know, I totally understand, like, with Rankid's departure from the team, there is going to be a very different dynamic. And, you know, I think for a lot of fans, they understand this as well. They understand that with change in roster also means a change in firepower. But my question is, how do you change this dynamic? How do you adapt to this dynamic? Who's going to be the main firepower or the main pusher for your team? The rusher, rather, the one that puts in the damage? Because we haven't seen that at all. I'm not sure what's going on for the team. I hope they I hope they figure it out, because I really truly did enjoy sorry, not Enigma. I just got distracted by Spooky there. I do really truly enjoy PBE's way of play before.
I guess Spooky spooked you, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess that's still a big question mark, because if we talk about like Monboy's performance for last season, he was amazing last season. He was like multiple MVPs. He was like carrying his team. Like his team needs to buy him a massage package after that. But
Wow.
this season it's very different. It seems like, I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, I'm so sorry for cutting you, but I did have this thought, right? What if Monboy was enabled by Rankit in that situation?
Ooh.
Yeah, because these dynamics can happen, right? Support, firepower, a good rusher to provide you that space. What if Monboy was able to do that because he was being enabled by his teammate?
Honestly, when they announced the departure of Rankit, I was surprised. I thought that it
Why?
would only be the departure of Demigod. But when I heard, so it's
Right.
like, why? Well, I think you explained it before. Like, you see, when you take him out of the team, and in that season as well, he was like the mainstay in the team. So to take out someone who's a mainstay, I mean, if there's a significant improvement or maintenance, that's fine. But now it seems to be quite the opposite.
It's always very sad when you see a team that has good dynamics, good, good teamwork and team play just really, fall apart. Not even fall apart, just separated. I think I was talking about Chuchu as well, about, I think, which team was May W in? Was it the Guys of Asia? I'm not sure. But one of those teams. And she said that she was very, very disappointed to see her favorite team really separated because of the dynamics they brought through. And dynamics here we are seeing is MM going aggressive on MQN, chasing them away from the area and saying, "You shall not pass."
Oh, you shall not pass. But DD says, "You shall not come," as he might be able to secure that elimination point. But Jax is still 50% health left. DD needs to win this fight. He is all alone, though his teammates way too far away. DD knocked out with the DBS from Say Cloud, and that's going to be first blood for Falcon.
It's really unfortunate when you do this 1-3 combo, one player scouting and separated from your team, trying to go for those extra loot. It's a high-risk play, but sometimes it can bear a lot of value, but it is with the understanding that you might lose your teammate early. I think Smile is also doing that combo as well because his teammates are near ruin. I think he was all the way on the outside, so I think that for a lot of these teams, having that situation down, hold that thought, Kimi goes down. Rushing up here is the member of FOD. We're just talking about them. And these early pickups are huge. And in the last two games, I think Kimi has been knocked out very, very early.
I'm trying to remember now. I believe that Kimi is subbed in this round, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Oh, was it Kimi?
Yeah, I think so. We need to see the full lineup when you have the opportunity.
Yeah. But they always have one lockdown early, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's
Remember
right.
I said the sacrifice for them to stay alive longer, right? That is Ravenroot's way.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a good way though. Like, would any team want to start as a trio?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, again, strength in numbers is always a good thing. But I think for Ravenwood, sometimes, I think for this situation, Kimi being alone and trying to be the scout might be a situation that's not good. In the previous round, remember, they got knocked into, someone came into their building early, one player went down and Ravenwood just left them. So it feels like a very recurring theme now for them. And I would love to see them survive as a 4 toward the end.
Yeah, and I guess they can do wonders if they survive to a 4 to the end. Like in the previous round, when they got number 5, they had 4 players.
Right.
Yeah, so I think that's something that they can try to work on. Like, okay, maybe the next round, let's try to play a little bit closer with each other. Maybe let's loot faster and let's not get separated. So they can try to survive as a 4. Even if they try to take a fight early on, it's at least 4v4. So you got a better chance that way.
And I think that for MQN, just running for their lives right now. I'm not sure BRO is just so aggressive. They've been chasing MQN for quite some time now. And they're not stopping. Range, all alone in the front line. He's just leading the charge. I think if MQN, if they're able to take up a compound, they're able to prepare themselves for the onslaught, I think they might be able to win. Because we've seen MQN do these CQCs. Now coming back to Ravenwood, I think they have great potential. I think I can see it happen. They just need a little bit more guidance. And I'm starting to understand why. Oh my god. Sir Cloud is cursed, everyone.
Well, I think I'm blessed because I'm sure the audience do like this as well. Circle all the way to the left, and we saw an elimination somewhere. But the circle all the way to the left. Look at the amount of water in there. That's basically like, you probably got only like 40% of land. Yeah, that means be prepared for warfare, ladies and gentlemen.
Urban warfare? I mean, I did say I wanted a Georgia Ball circle. It's still very much doable. Coming here to his teammate, and this is the reason why everyone is rotating so fast. This is a very hard shift circle that is ping-ponging all the way to the left side of the map. This is not a fun circle for a lot of these teams, as GE says, you know what, we have the high ground, we don't really want to hold on this area anyway, we're just gonna get out of here as they move out. I would really love to see GE really take this fight because Yangon Galacticos on the other side will be waiting for them for with open arms. They didn't do so well in map number 1. I don't think they played map number 2. So coming into this, might be seeing a whole different type of play from them as Ravenwood. 3 members still left alive. I'm so surprised at how separated they are playing from each other.
Well, I guess if you took a couple of hits, where do you go? You go to the hospital. So that's where they're gonna chill for now. So it's gonna be
not like this.
And her back tire is punctured, so it's not good news for baby. Harley as well going for a flip. Oh man. The good thing is that
extreme driving.
But somebody gotta check a license, you know.
I mean, it's a Southeast Asian thing, you know.
Oh wow.
We all are so good at extreme driving, extreme parking. It's in our genetics.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a good driver, you know.
No, Harley goes down. And now Baby tries to answer back. Boy Sean knocked out. So let's see if Baby can make wonders happen. She puts the damage, but will be answered back by Kaya. Look at the positioning of him. The 3-1 formation, so good.
A little bit of overpeak there as well. And now Zappo is the only one standing. Can she actually take someone out of KE? Long range, but not good enough to knock down anyone. Baby is still held hostage.
So unfortunate because Raven was getting picked off up, down, left, right. Every time they rotate, and this was exactly what I was afraid of for them. I said that they were a little bit too far from each other. I would love to see them play a little bit more close. And because they were all alone, they weren't able to answer back. They weren't able to go for that pickup. That trade potential was not there. And speaking of trade potential, West Carry on the top side. Eyes on the prize at the bottom of the building is going to be Sin. Yangon Galacticos as well are shooting at them.
But I noticed that PB is falling apart as well, but they're fighting back against the guys of Asia as Raymond will get a couple of elimination points for himself. So right now the guys of Asia, how many do they have left? It's 2v1 based on the scoreboard. Now we move over to Enigma, long range, putting pressure to KE, and KE, one of them went down.
KE was taking this fight against Ravenwood for quite some time, and Enigma really wanted to take advantage of it. A nice run over onto Boy Sean, nastily done as Spooky just encroaches that little shack. Takes up space, no one can see anything, it's just smokes upon smokes, caps so low. Will try to get out of the way, gives him a little space for him to heal, and his teammate is able to provide some cover. But Spooky and Koopa still inside the smokes trying to find out where Kaya is. Kaya is so sneaky right now.
Is Kaya going to pull the trigger, waiting for the moment? But I guess not, because he is the last man. So he will say, nope, trigger discipline. I'll just play for placement points now.
Placement points is very important. I think KE has been one of those teams that's very good at surviving even as a single man standing. I'm surprised that Enigma didn't try and find him to clear him out. But I think the problem was that there was just too many teams that had their eye on them, and the blue zone was also rushing forward. So the best play is to just move away. Ooh, Zapple though. Finds Kai from G-Lab and takes him out. That's one more point for Ravenwood. And perhaps the best situation.
Alright, looking good. I wouldn't say looking good because there's only one player left, but if only they have a full squad like what you said, they can do wonders towards the final stages of the game. But with only one player, ooh, and that just had to happen.
As for PBE, we were just talking about them earlier. What do you think PBE is lacking right now in their new roster? Wait, hold that thought. MQN in trouble? Ooh. They get out by the skin of their teeth. Look at how
what?
low
No!
they are. Wow! It just blows up and they go into the water.
Wow.
That was, I mean, that's not good for MQN, but wow.
That
Keep that
was
forever.
That was action movie.
Yeah.
That was literally action movie happening in front of us. Good job, observers, for catching that.
Mal gets a revive and Sin rushes forward. And Sin, I think for Sin, this is the best outcome for them. Because look at them, positioning themselves at the shore, not allowing them to get out of the water. So like it or not, even if they stay underwater, they have to come up for air. And that's when they can just quickly just spray them down. Soya knocked down already. Mal is alive. So for Soya, playing close is the best situation. Oh, look at the cat.
Oh, wait, the cat is... Oh yeah, the cat is swimming.
It's swimming. I didn't even know the cat could swim.
Well, now you do. But the cat can't dive with him, so unfortunately, yeah. I don't think cats do that naturally as well.
No, they don't.
But FOD putting pressure onto the other side. They're really playing by the edge of the circle now. FOD collecting those elimination points. 3 in the bag. And look who's in the middle of the circle. It's going to be FVMPX.
You know, what I noticed about FVMPX is that if they manage to get positioning that's good, you're gonna start to see that steamroll come forward, and I'm really hoping that for them. But they are sharing this nice terrain with YG, so I can already expect them to have a battle of trades. Why is Sin in the water now? What on earth is happening here? Because just now MQN was in the water. And now MQN seems to have found shore.
I know the weather is a bit hot, but not that way. But I guess Moy just wanted to go in and try to scout things out so they can secure those elimination points. But now that the circle shift away, I guess it's high time for Moy to just get out.
Yeah, as Newbie comes forward, I think G-Lab hasn't had a good day today. Newbie will be playing healing game for a little while. I think there is someone still scouting out for them. A box nearby, but unfortunately empty. He's just trying to find as many heals as possible. He has one more band-aid. Can he actually find is the question. No, he doesn't. Oh no, Newbie.
Newbie? Okay, no extra first aid. So he's going to make do with whatever that he has now. And he's going to use his final first aid. Not that he has a choice.
He's so close.
He has to.
Yeah, he's so close to the end. He can't just rush in.
Okay. Yes, he still can. He still can. It's just a matter of when he moves, he needs to pray at the same time.
Look at the nade by Kaya. Does it actually hit? No, it's just smokes. Just to give him a little bit of wriggle room. Oh, he's playing the corners. A spray out will be perfect. He does.
Ooh.
The answer back, and unfortunately Kaya, the blue zone, a little bit too strong. FOD says, haha, you thought.
You know what? Speaking about Game Lab, right? I saw a recent post. Now that they are looking for teams to represent Philippines for the Asian Games, and I noticed that they got a second place finish in the country qualifiers. So good job, Game Lab. Just hoping that they could translate that sort of performance into the PMPL, just to give them that little extra boost.
Yeah, but speaking of boost, it's gonna be Moy that's blown up here by MQ, and I would love to see that fight because they were inside the water for so long. But we're gonna be having our look here toward BRO as a reposition will be happening, not happening quite yet. Oh man, look at that, a reposition for MM. I think he was just trying to get information, but despite all these shots, they're not answering back just yet.
Oh, they could be. Or they could not get a good clear shot because of this terrain is still protecting them. So it's still okay. But we're back to MQN. Magna somehow managed to survive.
They're still taking their time. I love this recovery by MQN because just now they were the ones at a disadvantage and they just completely turn it around. Malilanju knocked down, immediately lobbied this thing, but FD tries to make something happen. That DBS is so nasty from the team MQN. Need to heal quickly. His teammate is close by. I think they're gonna leave him behind.
Oh man, that is that's anticlimactic for Labo. He just pulled off a clutch 1v2 against Sin. We're talking about Sin here, ladies and gentlemen. And that long range shot just had to happen after he pulled off the clutch.
Yeah. Unfortunate timing, but yet still a good one. I would say that definitely put that in the highlights. But Labo does deny a point at the very least. Mal as well, I think he's going to try and do that. Rather than give Austria that point, might as well go for the deny, but he's still trying to stay alive at the very least. He does have a little bit more time. He's going to heal up at the very least, but oh my god!
Wait!
What happened?
How? From that angle, from that open space.
He was proning.
I know, right? I mean, that is a standing ovation.
Yeah. eyes are so huge right now. Astro X comes, he's trying to find and get and avenge his teammate, but Mal will get away with at least 1 point. Both of them cooking those nades. Kainin is here too. Oh, this spells trouble. You want to see the isolate happen if it's possible. I don't think it might be happening quite yet, because for Austria, set plays are the name of the game, but also here comes Scry. You mess with one, you mess with the whole team, and he does eventually get lobbied. But it was such a good play by them. But look, he's in trouble now. Enigma rushing out toward FOD.
Oh, almost again. Joseph is very, very close. He can't seem to land those shots. Not your teammate. Your teammate is there. Don't blow out the vehicle. Aim for Joseph. Joseph showing himself. 10% of health. And now Joseph's back at the team. He has some Koopa. He is now the King Koopa. But then again, Joseph is still alive. Molly will be locked at Joseph. Joseph will be forced to move. And Joseph barbecue down.
Oh man, Koopa caught the right time. He's knocked out of the vehicle now. Nang X just throw out that nade. He takes a little bit of damage. John as well. He has some vehicles. Oh! That nade lands so perfectly onto him. And they do get two. Unfortunately, accidentally knocking into his teammate. Unlucky.
Yep. So FOD will still have 3 players. Not too bad, not too bad. But they got a couple of elimination points. In fact, they got 7 elimination points now. And we were talking about FOD, and now they are showing it to us. They are proving it back to us.
Yeah, but Easy does go down. They still are alive with 3. Now, this reposition is so interesting because for FCON, they need to take this fight against BRO. BRO has been stalking for kills since the beginning of the game, and now they're in trouble. They're just locked down between Nang X, between FV, between FCON. If anything, BRO needs to find a way to get out of that little crater, because if a nade rolls into that area, that means trouble for them.
Oh, but this could mean trouble for FOD as well if they don't defend their ground or if they don't get into the circle, because now Austria Esports, Astro X, I think he knows that. He knows. That's why he's prepping up the nade. FOD picking out the vehicle. The retreat. Get back home, my friends.
Yeah, but West Carry, again, just huge. Finds one in the bag. Nice reposition by FOD, which denies a little bit of, I would say, firepower from Austria. But on the other end, Few is in trouble, and so is D2Y. But Chanlon, the nades come through, not the nades, but the smokes come through, gives a little bit of a reposition. Time for him to run inside for Non-X to go for the pickup if he wants to. Another nade as well. But unfortunately, none of them are actually gonna hit. Moves closer. But look at the amount of players who are just slowly trying to take the area where FV is in.
He's hoping that the smokes will buy him time. Like, please, smoke, stay active. But FV still has the compound, still has the circle, the best position possible. I mean, this has to be their moment to get the chicken dinner, but they might need to defend against the bros who might crash into them.
Loki has already marked the high ground where GE are. I think this is a good thing because, if anything, they need to remove GE from the high ground, deny them the high ground advantage, just take it away. You're taking away. Gonna be Say Cloud going down. Knocked already and lobbied. Stolen away, in fact. FOD now X come up. Try to give the information. He wants to take up the space. Trying to go for the other members of the BRO.
Ooh, I'll be worried now for the pros because they're sandwiched between 3 teams. One from Falcon, obviously FV, and now FOD. All 3 are surrounding them, and now MM knocked down by Chanlon. Oh no, and it's down to Dale, and only has what 10% health? And that is it. Chanlon will be the one to knock him down.
And John, he tries to go for a pre-position, but at the cost of his life, knocked down Joseph, all down to him. As Bernard Boy puts in the damage, his long-range shots have been phenomenal by him, as well as Cute Loki. And if you guys didn't know, Cute Loki was able to net 11 picks last week, playing for high ground terrain on his own. And for now, the sprays come through. Nang X so low. I don't think he does have enough time. He does go for that reset at the very least. But Romeo Boy will be the one to find him.
Okay, Nang out. So right now, FV, they're still waiting for the moment where they'll be crashed in. There's still FOD, there's still Falcon. But now they don't have the members. I don't know how they're going to do that. At the same time, Young Hugantico is keeping out the Joseph. He ain't going anywhere. He will deny himself to the zone. Taking that first aid. Yeah, I wonder how many more does he have. But out!
Oh! Where was Skynin? Not not too sure, but all eyes were on them. But honestly, all these teams are playing so good at being the gatekeepers of the blue zone. But now, this is one of those circles that are just so convoluted with so many people. We have Loki, a gear repetition, and a spray takes out one player from GE. GE again, despite having the high ground advantage, will be knocked out and in trouble.
Not able to take advantage of it, but okay, GE, they can still reset, but the vehicles coming towards them. It's going to be Loki at the forefront. Zai is still pretty low. He needs to use his first aid. 2 more seconds to go. He should be able to do it, but Loki is prepping up the nade. Will toss it on the side of GE. When will he toss it? Nope. Looks like he's retreating. He's going to let that go for now, waiting for his other teammates to come.
Romeo Boy eats a lot of damage. Does meet up with his teammate, can heal. His teammate will be providing cover. Look at the amount of pressure they're putting in there to the members of YG. They rush up, but it's going to be Al's just taken down first, catching him off guard, but moving toward the area where FV is holding here. FCon wants to slowly make their way into the area. Smokes are slowly running out, which gives FV a huge advantage in terms of vision.
Well, Magix will be the one to get it. And Myrna burns down Zai. Okay, putting focus onto D2Y right now. They know they need to take this fight against Austria Esports. At the same time, Art named it down by Say Cloud. Now I'm worried for FV as they don't have the circle.
Nice take into the compound is exactly what they needed, but the circle has left the area. Like it or not, they need to leave. They fought hard to get it, and now they have to leave it. But no team actually eliminated quite yet, as GE and YG will be fighting for this terrain. Master H playing so carefully with the top side. If his teammate rushes out, he can provide a little bit more cover fire. West Carry always the first one to play that contact play. Unfortunately, none of his clips are going to be hitting, so he does deny that space as D2Y moves away, trying to sandwich Magix out of this area. D2Y is so low.
Oh, but D2Y has the DBS. And we all know how a DBS gameplay can go. D2Y moves in. He's a little bit more confident. He's not resetting himself just yet. Say Cloud will be knocked out by Magix. Magix literally carrying the team right now. He was the one to put D2Y low. And now D2Y all alone against Magix and Juggy.
Magix rushing forward, his teammate on the inside. This is good. They can go for the double swing. D2Y is just too low right now. He can go for one pick. But look at the zigzag. So good. And Juggy as well with that DBS. You can't really do much with that. But Andrew goes down. Astro will be the one for that pick. Romeo Boy quickly getting into the vehicle. They want it and they want to bring it up to them on the top side of the terrain. Skynin saying that's fine. We can move out of the way. Do not want to be in this three-way fight. All we have to do is just wait for the right time and go for the third parties. But Marne Boy goes down. Lobbied Romeo Boy now in trouble. His car is smoking.
Ooh, smoking! Romeo Boy. Finish up by Magix. Again, it's going to be Magix. Could this be the moment for FV? But they still need to go through GE as well as Austria Esports. GE will come in for the other side. Everyone pretty much have their own corner. But in 10 more seconds, we'll know if they still have this.
But GE does have the man advantage. But the blue zone not favoring them. They have to push up. Now the problem with having this high ground is that the blue zone behind them doesn't allow them to play with the terrain. So they have to move forward down this terrain. And it's so open. No cover. Now, West Carry is forward. He can answer back for these picks. But FV will be a problem for him because if anything, it's going to be a three-way fight. If, say, GE shoots out toward Austria, West Carry also does that. FV can just quickly shoot upwards toward GE or toward West Carry.
In other words, GE might have the advantage because they still have the high ground. They still have a little bit of elevation there. Magix, a long range, putting pressure onto Astro X. Astro X needs to come out, needs to get into the circle because they're the furthest away from the circle at this point. They have about 10 more seconds to decide how they're going to do that.
This Magix plays with this terrain. Running out of time, but this is good, honestly. If anything, the middle top part of the circle is not favoring anyone quite yet. And you start to see the teams lay down these smokes to allow them a little bit of rotation, a little bit of movement, a little bit of space to take away, denying vision. And nade comes out here from Magix, not a nade, sorry, smoke. Sends one nade though. Does it actually clip onto Austria? I highly doubt it because they're a little bit more too far ahead. But look at Magix come forward, smoke the tree, which means that he can reposition himself, which means it denies vision from Austria as well as the other members of GE. There are shots coming forward, but Magic's undeterred at all.
Gotta be careful. Astro X has him in sight. With the nade tossed by Astro X, I think the nade will be a little bit short. Okay, that nade focused onto the tree before, but Magic's move away. Smart enough to know that don't stay in one spot too long.
Chucky and Magic's are in a situation where they can just go for crossfires, V formation they want to, but I think the one that can really make an impact here will be GE given or how they play. They have Master Ichi and Smile playing together and West Carry is separated. So can go for a cross. If say West Carry does go down, they can answer back. But for the other teams, fighting each other will be a win for GE. So if they're able to just, sandwich GE, we might see FV and Austria come up on top. But coming back into this, I just realized this might be FV's best play throughout this week.
Actually, this is their best play. Third place so far, and they still stand a chance to get the chicken dinner because 2 players, not too bad. But they are going up against the Juggernauts. Well, not really Juggy, but the Juggernauts, GE, as well as Austria Esports, some of the top teams this week.
GE is playing this very smart. I'm starting to see a change in pace here because usually toward the end of the circles you start to see aggression, especially on week number 1. But this time around it's not that aggressive and Skynin will be playing off contact, really taking it out as Master Ichi and his teammates does not answer back. But the one who steals the picks here will be FV, and it also gives away his positioning. Astro spots out 1, Magic's put in the firepower, and Magic's, we know how damaging he can be, but does go down. It's gonna be 3rd place. No, his teammate's still alive. No, does go down eventually.
Yeah.
So it's a 2 versus 1 right now as GE rushes forward. They have full advantage. They know where Skynin is. Sprays out to Astro gets 1!
Can he do it? Can he pull off a clutch? Can he pull off a 1 more elimination? It's going to be Ichi versus Astro X for this chicken dinner. Shots fired by Ichi with the UMP. Will not connect left, right, and center. But now the blue is going to put pressure on him. But before the blue arrives, it's going to be Ichi, the man, the master himself. Gets the chicken dinner for GE.
That was just so well played by GE, taking a leaf out of the wait and see playbook. They knew that in order to win that match, they needed to not be sandwiched. They needed to deny information by playing quietly and just proning and just waiting for the other teams to play first. It was huge. Now, the first team that played contact first was Skynin. That gave away both the teams' positioning, not GE's, but both the other 2 teams. Now, we saw a play by Magix. He tried to put in firepower. Unfortunately, he couldn't do more than that. His teammate was not there to provide cover fire. So, Genesis Esports, this is a much welcome comeback to see, and also a win in my books because I predicted them. Hey yo!
Flexing it out, flexing it. But you know what? It does feel like it's been a while since we saw GE actually getting a chicken dinner. Or, yeah, I think it's been a while though. And it's definitely been a while since we saw Ichi up on the board. He is in the running for the season MVP, so he needed this kind of performance to really catch up on the Federales. But I must say, it's a beautiful damage number there, 999. You don't get that all the time.
It is nice actually. With 4 eliminations in the bag, I mean, we all know how Master Ichi plays. And I think that if you look at MVPs here for GE, it's never going to be one person. It's always going to be a change of hands in this situation. Now, this is a very complicated circle, so I'm not surprised about this very, very far travel distance. But FV, right, their full squad time was only 5 minutes. They lost 1 player so early. But the fact that they were still able to survive to the end with only 3 players is something to talk about. Because they were able to take fights. They didn't want to go too aggressive. And on top of that, if you look at past games, at least the last 2 weeks, the first player that always gets knocked out for FV has always been Magix.
Yeah, and we can see what difference can they bring, can he bring to the team if he survives the longest. Like, at least up to the end, they looked like they had a fighting chance to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think in this particular match, I mean, I want to say I would love to see the battle of the story, the Cinderella story of Ravenwood. We're starting to see a little bit more proactive plays. Unfortunately, I think survivability-wise, if they have to take a fight, it's not happening quite yet. But then again, it's also against a very, very aggressive team. So there is that as well. So just unlucky for them, if anything. But MQN and Sin's fight was honestly the highlight for me for this entire match. Because it started off with the beautiful starting off of the car into the water, where I thought MQN was definitely going to get eliminated there. But the fact is, I think Sin made the biggest and gravest mistake, which was separating from each other, dropping into the water, I understand why he dropped into the water, because he wanted to get information for his team. But because they were a little bit too aggressive, they were separated, they weren't able to play that firepower, and MQN eventually just dominated them. But coming back into this, GE's comeback to the top side of the charts is very much welcome. But 7 eliminations mean that in this game, their mindset was just to survive.
Yeah, it looks like and well, nothing wrong with that. And I think the theory was also mentioned that if you survive till the end, naturally you will get elimination points, and 70 points in total is not too bad. But oh, this is very rare, Tash. Everybody gets something from this round.
Yeah, I think we start to see the aggression come through from everyone. I think because we only have a few more days left. After today's only 2 days left, right? And I think everyone wants to make sure that they can make it out alive coming into the next week. Now, we start to see a little bit more change in pace, a change of, I would say, aggression. We did see a change here in the charts as well, because Sin was eliminated a little bit too early. It means Osha takes over. But the surprising part here is HWG that's still maintaining their position. And on top of that, with 3 chicken dinners this week, this is a whole new level of underdog story that I did not expect to see.
Yes, this is they are really stepping it up. But of course, like what I always say, it doesn't matter how you are at the start, it matters how you are at the end. So same message goes for Ravenwood. It's like it doesn't matter right now, but it matters like how you finish at the end. So I'm still looking forward to see if Ravenwood can actually pull off the Cinderella story here. Come on, Ravenwood, you guys can do it.
Yeah, I think it might be very difficult, because just now it was an 11-point deficit, which was, I think, honestly doable. And that is why I was sort of like kind of like egging for them to be a little bit more aggressive, egging for them to get those elimination points, egging for them to play together. Now, we did see improvement in them in terms of survivability, but in terms of firepower, in terms of, I would say, playing together as a team, I didn't see that quite yet. You always see that pickoff from Baby happen, and Baby is usually always outside alone. We don't see Zapple come through until way too much later. They need to work on their timing as well as their team in general. But coming forward here, we're going to be seeing the Myanmar top performers, WPM, GE, Osja, and YG. Again, I think all these teams tend to excel across all maps. It's honestly not a surprise already.
Yeah, if I do see like a Magna up there or Rainbow up there, they'll be like, oh yeah. But for West Myanmar, GE, Osja, YG, it's like, okay, these are the regular names that we can see. And if we see across all the maps as well, I think there are repeated names up across all the maps. Like Osja is there, West Myanmar is there as well. And I think, you know, there's no disputing that. I mean, the stats don't lie, they say.
Tonight the stats don't lie. Oh, sorry, had to sing some Shakira because of that. But coming into the next 2 maps here will be Myanmar, and I'm really excited to see what exactly is going to be presented to us. It is a very difficult map. It's a bigger map, a lot more rotations. I think that we've always talked about this again and again. But I think that in this situation, I think for Myanmar is always one of these 2 options, because a lot of the areas where it's an urban area is a lot bigger. It's either very open or very urban. So it's going to be one of the 2. Most of the time, it's going to be an open area. It's going to be a terraneous area. And it's always very fun to watch that, which team will be the best at positioning. And one of those players who did that was last week, which was Loki. A cute Loki, actually, who was able to not only survive till the end, get 11 picks, and bring his team to victory, because he was able to take the high ground and just completely annihilate everyone as they were rotating forward.
Yes, and okay. So let's see here. So your picks, well, you got West Myanmar, we got Osja there for you, but you got APG there showing some love to your boys. So tell us a bit more about APG.
Yeah, they're not really the most, I would say, top performers for this map. But if I were them, if I were APG right now, who is currently not at the top side, because they started off very, very strong, I think I would try and find a way to catch up in terms of points. So I'm sort of expecting it to happen. Now, I wouldn't say that Myanmar is the most aggressive of maps. It doesn't, for me personally, I don't think that playing Myanmar aggressive early brings you a lot of value, because you need the strength in numbers, especially as you try to move up the terrains and just overwhelm teams who have better positioning. So I think they might be able to do it because of the sheer firepower they have. But for WPM and Osja, well, they top performers on this map. I think WPM is just great in terms of positioning, and Osja as well. I mean, Osja today has been pretty phenomenal. They managed to get, 2 maps in a row already? Top 5?
Yeah, 2 maps in a row top 5, and I mean they are showing, and on top of that as well, they got a good number of elimination points. A team just came to my mind. Like I was wondering why this team is not in that top 4 best team in Miramar. It feels
Which team?
It's KE. Right, kind of sussy there, but I guess it's not because they are bad. It's because all the other teams are just better, I guess.
I wouldn't say that. I think they're still pretty good in the map. But it's just that I think positioning-wise, they've been really unlucky. Especially if you remember day number 1 for KE, they haven't been able to win fights as number 1. And last week, I think because they keep dropping in the same place for BRO. So I think that in a lot of situations, in terms of drop spots, they've been pretty unlucky, especially on this map. So hopefully today might be a change for them, given the fact that next week is the final week coming forward. And yeah, I think the place they like to drop are just the hot spots. It just felt very popular. Maybe because as KE, they're like, you know what? We should go to where this place is and we deserve this drop spot. I don't know. I'm just making up assumptions at this point. I would love to hear my checks. Seriously.
Yeah, and I think if we do get a mind check in the future, right? Like that would give us a lot of value of like, okay, what's behind their minds? Like, oh, why did they do this? Why did they do that? Why did they not take this fight? Why did they take this fight? And there's so many things that can be answered through the mind checks. Besides having an interview, of course, having an interview is more of Tash asking, what do you have for dinner today? And that's about it, right?
I mean, yeah, it's always very fun. I think honestly, when you ask those kind of questions about humanizing the players and understanding what goes in their mindset, other than the games as well, because it's really hard to really get an answer from them. Because when you ask them like, "What's your mindset?" they're just gonna say, "Easy." And I think this has been like an ongoing problem for a lot of these players, and I think it's more toward I would say language barrier, if anything, given the fact that Southeast Asia is very much a melting pot of several languages, cultures, and religions. It's really hard for us to communicate unless, of course, they have a coach or even a translator coming forward. And I think that's the best part about it, just really understanding what exactly do they do, their pre-game rituals coming into the game. I was able to visit an esports facility just 2 days ago, I believe, and you know, it's so interesting to see, like, some teams have esports psychologists and they do have pre-game rituals, like say exercise. Some of them do, like, you know, just these warm-ups, these jumping jacks, these stretches. Apparently they have specific stretches for their hands, for their phones and stuff, so make sure that they don't cramp up while they game.
Yeah, I think I can really relate to that. It's like sometimes if you game for long hours, and plus if you are playing, you need to be prepared to play for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think those kind of exercises are really good.
Oh yeah, to add on to that, I
yeah.
really want to tell you something else.
Okay, I wanna know.
So they also do meditation before the game as a pre-game ritual. So the psychologists will say things are going to happen, but we are going to be okay with it and we are going to let go. And for 10 minutes, they sit there quietly, they close their eyes and just focus on breathing.
I think that's...
I don't think I can do that.
Oh man, yeah, I don't know if Tash can do that. She has a lot of things on the mind. But you know what, fun fact as well, because I know the psychologist that the person that you're talking about, the person used to work with the psychologists that I work with, or at least in the same organization as the psychologists I work with for SEA Games. And they actually have this sort of device that you put on your head, and it actually measures your calmness level when you're in game. So they can tell you based on the stats, like, oh, if this happens in game, you tend to be a little bit more nervous, and then they will advise you how to overcome that.
Yeah, and I think that this is such a conversation that we don't have a lot of when it comes to esports, and I think that for a lot of organizations, investing in these would make a difference, especially since the players are just so very young. But you know what, the night is also still very young as we fly into Miramar, our 4th map of the day already. So fast, ladies and gentlemen, Miramar is coming to you right about now. Take it away, Sir Cloud.
Receiving it from Tash. Here we go into Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. I really like that topic that you brought up earlier on. I mean, honestly, I'm always an advocate for sports science to be implemented in esports, and I do hope that this can be a practice across regions. I know there are some countries who are already practicing it, wink wink. So I do hope that it can be a practice across, and it's really, really good. And not only countries, right? I hope it's a practice with, whether it's a pro team, whether it's a community team, it doesn't matter. Everyone start getting into sports science in your game.
I think that it's always very important. I think this is something that I think schools should implement in general, not just about sports science, but just about mental health as well. On, you know, how teams, how people in general, you know, how they think before a match, how they think before a competition or tournament, how they think before an exam even, because I think this is something that can really you know, encapsulate a lot of parts of your life. And speaking about encapsulating, let's talk a little bit about this map here. Now, it's going to be a little bit more toward the southern side, and I think for a lot of the time we rarely see anyone dropping toward the northern side of La Cabrera, Torre Alhamada, or Campo Militar anyway. So not going to be an issue. It is a very big map, and with one team already out of the way, it's going to be a whole different world. And Austria, full control of this area as the circle comes up toward the western side. Sorry, eastern side. I'm kind of hoping for a junkyard circle. I like that little terrain there. It's fun.
Wow. Okay. You like junkyards now?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Just like me, I am.
You
know, they say another man's junk is another man's treasure.
What?
And I am junk, but I am also treasure.
So you're another man's treasure. Ah! Okay, never mind.
I am to some friends, they think I'm annoying. And to some friends, I am treasure. You know what I'm trying to say?
It's just like how I treasure you. Aww.
Treasure! Please do not DMCA us.
but we have to highlight this as well, right? So I know
Yeah.
we saw the overall scoreboards before, but maybe some of the audiences just joined us for this round. Austria Esports has overtaken Sin.
Oh yes, that's always something to be excited about. Cause Sin was up there for a good 2.5 days. A bit long, if you ask me. It's about time.
Yeah, it's about time we see.
Nothing against Sin. Nothing against Sin.
It's about time we see a new challenger.
Wow, you did that so well.
I
You know what? We should talk to PUBG Mobile to have you as the new, you know, the new voice actor in the game.
You know, it'd be
like
nice.
a sound pack, Sir Cloud.
It'd be nice if all of us talents have.
Can you say help like a help?
Babe, you say help exactly like how it sounds in game.
How would you say it though?
Tolo, help me!
Oh my god, the mic just broke.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm not gonna lie, you sound exactly like how the help sounds inside the game.
I know. I'm the best.
Are you the actual voice actor? Like, they have lower cover?
Shh, don't tell me. Don't expose me, bro.
Right.
You know what else, bro? Bro, in front of us.
Oh.
Let's talk about them.
Right.
Okay, what do you think of them this week? I mean, we did say on day one, like we had a conversation about them, right?
Yeah.
We said that Harami Bros, we start to see their potential. They had a pretty good start of day one. And then just like G-Lab, we had that conversation as well. It started to seem like their performance have been dropping. Is it their performance have been dropping, or are they getting outstrated?
Ooh. You know what?
It's a hard question, right?
Yeah, it's a very hard one, right? But I think it's also to a certain extent, it's because some other teams are starting to do better this time. Yeah, like for example, like Here We Go, like the HWG team, like
they caught me off guard, man.
They caught everyone off guard. Like last week they were like down there, but this week they're all out. And naturally, if they were to go all out, some other teams would need to pay the price. So maybe the ripple effect fell onto the pros.
You know what's really interesting? Ravenwood has been running into GE quite a lot today. I mean, for the most part, it was toward the end of the circle, and now it's toward the very early side. I'm curious to know, I mean, usually we don't really see Ravenwood running against GE early, in the past week or so. So I'm wondering if the rotations have changed at the very least for them. I'm really hoping that Ravenwood perhaps doesn't really take this fight too early. I'm kind of hoping for Ravenwood they change their timing in terms of when exactly they want to go aggressive. I would love it if they go aggressive toward the middle side. Not for a 4v4, but rather in a situation where they're able to isolate members, take this fight. Because I know they cannot win a 4v4. They do not have the firepower. So how do you win that? Isolate one member, move them out of the way, just get those picks one by one by one.
Well, at least one thing that has changed for Ravenwood is that no one got eliminated early. And the last we saw them is like they're all in one frame, like all in one minimap frame. So they're playing a little bit closer this time.
Yeah, we're starting to see that change. Usually it was Zapple that goes away from her team, right? It's a 3-1 formation, which I totally get. I understand the value that you get by having Zapple outside. And we've seen that happen a lot. I think West Carey does that. For WPM, it was Federalis, one of them. But at the same time, when you look at these players from GE, from WPM, it all comes down to individual skill as well and firepower. Each player provides a lot of firepower. So it comes down to a lot of trust as well and confidence in your own team, in your own play, individual-wise. But for Ravenwood, I think individual-wise, they don't have that firepower quite yet, which is why I would love and encourage for them to focus more on, I would say, team play. How do you play together? How do you swing together? How do you move together in terms of timing your lurks and your flanks?
Yeah, and I guess that if they're able to work that out, then yeah, it will be definitely be good for them. But okay, now that we're at the midpoint, right? And I think this is the exact midpoint of the week. Yeah, this is the exact midpoint. Do you think Ravenwood can pull off the Great Escape?
Right now, I don't have a lot of confidence, but if they do manage to come out of the end of the day with a little bit extra points, I'm not saying they have to beat the 32 points, but come close, give themselves a lot of wiggle room to make it forward. And if Enigma keep, maybe losing early like they always do so far today, which is just so unlucky because Enigma is definitely one of my favorite teams. Exit will get a pick onto Dale.
Speaking about one of your favorite teams, APG now going up against the Bros, and the Bros countering firing onto them. But they managed to trade it back with a knockdown, but the rest of the Bros are coming for Marcus.
Wow, Marcus putting a lot of firepower, and look at his positioning, it's so disgusting. He gets 2, but goes down eventually. Sonic is there for the trade. 1 more goes down. Now the problem now is all just trades, never really just sealing the deal. But look at the first blood from Sonic, and completely takes out BRO. That's just beautifully done. I think Shroud's timing in terms of rushing out forward is just so good. His teammates go down, but because of the damage that comes out, all he has to do is just spray 2 people down and they win it.
Yeah, I think the timing for both teams, I actually got to give it to both teams. The timing for both teams to like, okay, we come to back you up, we try to get trades. Both did really, really well. But of course, at the end of the day, it's a competition. Only one team can survive. So it's given to APG. But you got to give it to APG. Just look at the win early on. Every single member of APG gets an elimination point for themselves.
Yeah. It's a battle of trades. Like one person knocks out, that trade potential comes through. And we saw that happen from both teams. It's just honestly timing at that point because Shroud was a little bit more far away from his teammates, which is what actually gave him the win, if you think about it. But coming into this circle, coming toward the middle side, I wouldn't say it's the hardest of circles. We might still be seeing Junkyard, but I highly doubt it's going to be Junkyard in general. We might be seeing Minas Generalis, actually. I wouldn't be surprised it was there.
Yeah, but there's still a possibility that it ends up to Junkyard. And if it does go there, it's going to be GE in the middle of it. The predicted team. So if it goes there, they'll be the happiest. But look at FVMPX. I noticed that they like to do this really, really long rotations. At times it works out for them, at times it doesn't. So it's still like a 50-50 feeling for me. Like, do they want to change? Do they don't want to change? I'm not too sure yet.
I think HWG is also doing a long rotation. They're coming through Impala. So what I'm guessing is that they're kind of hoping they don't run into anyone in Los Leones rushing out, which is honestly well read because MQN is there and so is APG. I wouldn't be surprised if MQN does meet into it with APG because looking at the momentum and movement, I feel like they're going to be fighting for the circle. Now, PBE today. I think we had a long talk about them, about how they still haven't found their footing and what exactly they want to do. I think for Monboy in general, losing like 2 players that has played with him for quite some time can be a bit of a blow. And I think this is an adjustment period for them. And I'm really hoping for PBE, I think for a lot of teams, I understand when you invest in a new team, you want to see results ASAP. But, I just want to remind everyone that, there is a lot of adjustment period when it comes to having players play together. The chemistry that comes out, it's not going to happen overnight for sure. And I'm kind of hoping that teams might want to invest long-term in these players instead of quickly dropping them as soon as the league ends.
Yeah, and I have a different angle now for PBE, now that I'm thinking about them.
Ooh, okay, let's hear it.
I wonder, is it because they are partner team and they have a direct slot into PMSL? That's why they're like treating this as like a training ground for themselves.
Oh yeah, experimentation is definitely a thing. You're right.
But I hope that FV is not experimenting because they need the points to get into the grand finals. So far, number 11 for them. I don't know if they can still go on to the grand finals, but they definitely need to do really, really well.
I think for FV, I think a lot of eyes are on them. When the other day I had this conversation with some viewers, and a lot of them were really having a lot of hope for them. Despite MQ, and I think because of the addition of Magix. But speaking of that, Magix does get one pick. Kemper X goes down, and I think in this situation, there is going to be at least an answer that Juggy gets answered back. DD does spot out Spooky. Now the question now is how exactly are they going to answer back? Because it's one already down for the count. But for Enigma, they're still very much happy with 4 members. I really would love to see FV cripple them just a little bit, just to reduce the firepower and eventually just swarm them. But I don't think it's going to be happening, as QB does get one more.
Oh, but Circle moves away from Junkyard at the same time. Astro X gets eliminated, long range. Tries to trade it off, but not able to land the final shot. At the same time, oh no, this is bad for FVMPX. Magic's knocked down.
Magic's knocked down already, and I think, if you remember earlier, Magix was the firepower giver to the team. And they were able to survive till the end because Magix was able to survive. So I'm really hoping that they can really push this out, just toughen it up. I know that they have lost way too many members. They need Magix to stay alive. Pressure's out. Art trying his best to take up that space. Not happening, as Koopa will be isolating him from the side. But Magix is alive despite the low HP. He still clutches that. Plays like a pro as Spooky rushes out forward. Knocked down once again. Art taking a lot of magic, taking out a lot of damage. Will be knocked down. Koopa putting in a lot of work. Seals it. Takes down Art. Not sure if FV will be able to take this out alive.
This is hard for FV because there are only 2 players left. 1 player left, in fact, and he's still in the blue. It's going to be DD, and Skynin is behind him. So in case DD comes out from behind, in which he's actually going towards that direction, oh no, Skynin could shoot him down.
Man, this is not the best situation to be in. I understand that for these teams, that fight was just very, very crucial. It's about them trying to survive is one, and number 2, they needed to get past it to get into this area. But for DD, last 2 healing items left. Not a lot of throwables to work with. It's just so unlucky because they met with such a strong team so early, and given the fact that Enigma wasn't doing so well early, I think that this firepower, the way they played here, is honestly just them just coming into this game with an idea in mind, with a resolution in mind that they needed to take these fights. They needed to come back strong and make it up to the top of the charts.
But I wonder how DD is going to get out of this. I don't think he has a vehicle. At the same time, doesn't help that Skynin is overlooking him. But move over to Sin. They are in action now as they get a knockdown to QB, and QB will be eliminated. So right now, Sin, they are starting their campaign. This today has been quite a quiet day for Sin overall.
Yeah, it really has been. As Sin come up on top, not sure as Claire will be the one to take up that space. Goes up toward Koopa. It's gonna be a 1v1. Sprays up, high level advantage, but moves out of the way because I think he spotted out that nade. Ooh, some damage put through. It's just waiting for the right time. Heals up. Another nade comes through as well. Pops him, knocks him down.
Sin needs to pick up Kayla, but Enigma, they seem to be on the roll right now. They already got themselves 4 elimination points. At the same time, the circle will move, and it's going to be quite a centralized circle. Right in the middle of it is going to be Yangu Galacticos, West Point Mamba in the circle as well. But Sin, they're not done yet with Enigma. FV shooting from the other side, providing cover fire for his teammates to reset.
Enigma is on a whole nother level when it comes to aggression. They just ran over one team and is not stopping at all. Moy putting in that damage. They want to make up for that round earlier. He runs up forward. Holy Lanju taking a lot of damage. This is way too aggressive. But that is the amount of trust they put in for their teammates. MV on the other side, they answer. Beautifully done. Despite the nade that comes through here, they still come up on top.
Wow, with 4 elimination points in the bag, eliminating the entire Enigma. That means the Enigma is out at number 13. They only got themselves 5 elimination points. That means it's a 37. CFU Game Lab could still catch up onto Enigma.
Still waiting. Yango Galacticos today. We didn't really see them early, but they are starting to show their firepower, especially in the previous match during the final map of Erangel. They are one of the top performers there. My curiosity is whether or not they can make it up to the top of the charts for this map too, as Andrew with the scope. I think he heard some noise, so he is marking that area, but not in the direction that he expected them to be in.
Oh, but Romeo boy, okay, at least he's okay right now. I think Younger Galacticos, they'll stay chill because they are in the circle. But for Magna's not too bad as well. It's just that they have a big open space right in front of them. Not too sure if they have vehicles, but I think at this stage they should have. Yeah, that's a confirmation that they do. If they don't, then there'll be a lot of questions here. I think they'll be okay. But now Austria Esports. Wait a second. Was that Skynin from before? Still in the blue till now?
Yeah, he hasn't moved.
What?
He hasn't moved at all. I think they were in this Mexican standoff. And I didn't think he knows who exactly or how many people is there. So I think he just wanted to, you know, kind of like just tough it out for a little while. But whoa, these long range damage. Exit. Whole different beast when it comes to this. It's honestly so shocking for me because for me personally, aiming that far from this terrain can be very hard. And he nearly took out Scuddy.
Yeah, you must remember there's a level of recall too when you pull the trigger as well.
And the bullet drop as well, right?
And the bullet drop as well. And maybe your mom calling you. But anyway, I'm sure that's not that's not happening to them. But another long range shot here from the other side onto Ravenwood, but hardly should be able to be picked up, so that's okay. I am still surprised that Austria Esports still has that one take out of the blue. How many first aid does this dude has?
Or baby. I think for Ravenwood, they're still surviving quite well. I think in this map in particular, they're having some really good rotations. Mostly because this map is a lot bigger. So, at least survival-wise, they can survive. It's not gonna be a problem. I just spoke too soon. Kimmy knockdown. Going to go for the reset, but I'm just worried that the team will take up space. Well, the thing is, like, I was kind of hoping for G-Lab because they haven't really been having a good day. I was kind of hoping for a different breed of aggression to come through. I really love it when teams adjust the way they play in every single map. We haven't seen that from G-Lab quite yet.
Okay, let's see if G-Lab can actually pull this off because they're still a full squad. But for GE as well, let's see if they will be backstabbed by another team because there's another team behind them, but they're focused onto the front, which is okay because they need to plan their next move into the circle anyway. APG still in this, and so far so good for them. They're in the clear, and for APG with 4 elimination points as a start, I think that will give them a level of confidence to roll in this round.
APG, I think today their rotation hasn't been the best. Not in terms of their skills, but just their luck in general. They're meeting a lot of strong teams. They haven't been able to push it to the circle. But Robio Boy into Kai, we have noticed. But coming into what we're seeing here, PBE, they have to take... They're trying to move away or just being the gatekeepers against WPM. I think WPM honestly just thrives in 4v4 fights. They're good with repositioning. And honestly, if they try to get into the compound, it's really scary because WPM, their firepower, especially CQC, can be pretty strong.
Yeah, and based on the stats of the teams in page number 1, WPM actually has the lowest amount of rank points, but obviously they're in page number 1, so they have a good amount of elimination points as well, so the stats don't lie. In fact, they were at 9 rank points for the longest time in this week, and they are still in page 1, so they got all those points through elimination points. But speaking about eliminations, one could happen on the cool, and it's going to be Labo, beautifully done.
Really enjoying this, I would say, very confident players coming in from MQI. Despite being quite a new team, he takes up space here. Soya rushes up, but unfortunately there was 2. He did not realize there were 2 people rushing up for him, but his teammate does answer back at the very least. Sal has just been doing so well in providing cover, but it's going to be Mala comes out on top. PBE goes down as HWG says CFU, more like see you later.
Wow, HWG, okay. How are they going to defend this against See You Later or CFU? CFU now still in the full squad. They're going in for the rush. Smoke's been popped up by HWG. They're surrounding HWG at this point. UMP in the hands of Yaka. Yaka, can he pull off something here? Jump shot coming in for Yakiko. We will not connect, and somehow they still survive. Wait!
Oh man, exactly. Just showing their aggression, showing the firepower. We have not seen that today. And CFU says see you later instead to HWG.
See you later.
Yes, see you later.
Alligator.
Oh, well, not the alligator, but it's honestly coming into this game. I mean, we were just questioning about CFU's performance, right? About how we haven't really seen them come up on top. Hold that thought though, Michi in trouble, goes down. West Carey as well wants to join in this fight. It's a three-way situation. MQN, WPM, GE, battle of the three very aggressive giants. For GE, being on the outside gives him so much space to work with. But MQN, his teammates have something to say. Michi goes down thanks to Ichi. And MQN probably so annoyed that someone is just barging to their party.
I know, it's like 3 teams in the same area. There's GE as well as West Point Mumbai. Federal somehow still survives, but we can see the northern side, the movement here from CFU. They want to find where Young Gugaticos is at, but Smar moves in as well. Smar stops in between them. At the same time, the left side, we got like 4 teams on the left, so that's another big fight that's about to happen.
Boy. Just waiting to find the right time. Nade comes out by Soya, finds Federalis. This is huge. Without Federalis, the firepower just knocked out. And WPM this time around, because they aren't able to survive, only 2 eliminations in the bag. MQN coming out on top, taking down WPM is the biggest statement I can see so far from them.
Ooh, yes, MQN. So far, they got 4 elimination points and they still a full squad, but their next challenge is actually to fight their way into the circle. Now, Baby from Ravenwood will be nailed down. MQN is moving into the circle and they managed to survive still as a full squad.
It's just so unlucky for Ravenwood. They've been in this Mexican standoff with G-Lab for way too long. Zapple not able to survive that. That just run and guns is a little bit too much. Just overwhelmed by numbers. Kimmy wasn't there to provide that support her teammate needed. As Newbie and G-Lab this time around with 3 in the bag. This is the best outcome for them because today has not been their day.
Oh, it doesn't help that the last player of Ravenwood is still on the outside of the circle. Now jumping to Avika and making his move. And APG moving on to MQM. Mark now we need to defend this, but Marcos right onto Mal. Soya been taken out by Marcos. And that is it. Just like that, Magna SG eliminated.
Magna had a good start. It's just unfortunate they weren't able to get into the circle and reposition themselves, and APG took full advantage of that. They just ran into them. We also see West Carey knocked down here. It's a very interesting situation by CFU. Where is CFU actually? I cannot see them. But Sin is just waiting on the other side. West Carey does get eliminated here. So, for GE, they're losing 2 members already. And GE only thrives so far, I've seen, with strength in numbers. So I'm really curious to see if they have a different way of approaching this final circle.
G-Lab still has a full squad, so that's 1 point to make. And at the same time, Sin, FV spots out Newbie. Pretty much by the edge of the circle. Now, this will be interesting, right? If the circle shifts and there's a possibility that they might not have the circle, as in like G-Lab as well as Sin might not get the circle, to get across the road will be a big problem for them. YG will be prepared for that. Kimmy eliminated by exit. The point will be given to APG. They're already at 9 eliminations.
G-Lab just waiting for the right time to strike, and I think they want to play a little bit more proactive, but Sen is just not giving any space for Austria. Remember how long Skynin was inside the blue zone, finally making his way here. I think being at the blue zone means that he doesn't have a lot of utilities, and that's exactly what he'll do, just deny. And now we come up here to the top 5 as Aaron going for that reposition to the top side of the terrain, tries to relay the information. But with only 3 members left, all they can do here is just put in those long-range picks. Does not allow G-Lab to get to the circle, take out their vehicle. That is crucial.
Ooh, and as what we predicted, the circle did move away from the 2 teams on the left side. That's going to be G-Lab, one of them. G-Lab as well as Sid. Oh no. Look at the amount of space. The open space between them and safety. It's insane. I'm not even sure if there will be enough smoke nades to create a bridge to get across.
YG is the only team with the advantage, and they're just playing long range here. They said, you know what? We have full control of circle. All y'all, you just fight your way out there. We'll just take this 10 points. Thank you very much. And we will just go for long range. But for Sin, we all know that they are definitely not quitters. They're just going fighting G-Lab here. It's a lot of knocks coming through. And you start to see APG just put in the damage from the high ground on the other area. Now finally, top 5 we come through. But Holy Lanju, despite going down, they do get 4 eliminations.
Yeah, they gave themselves to the blue, so they denied their points. For Game Lab right now, this will be the next challenger in this kind of scenario. How are they going to get across? I don't think they have enough utility to create a smoke bridge. At the same time, YG is going to put pressure on them. The blue has arrived onto Game Lab. And Game Lab right now, they pretty much have nowhere to go. And they're giving points towards Yangon Galacticos.
They have no choice. Either they try or they don't, and I think they do want to go try, but it's just unfortunate that Yangon Galacticos, they have this compound and a big area as well. Look at how the compound is placed. It's like an L shape, which provides them with this crossfire, which gives them a lot of wiggle room here. As far as CFU, they find GE now in trouble. Last man standing as Skadi finds exit, knocks him out. Ooh, does get answered back by another team.
Oh, exit, take it out, Scotty. There's nowhere for to go, but that point is still taken by Loki. They still managed to land that shot. Wow!
It's really, really good coming in from Yangon Galacticos. How much pressure, how much awareness they have, marking every single team area. Their goal right now, steal as many fights as they can. They're not putting in pressure, they're not taking these fights. They're making sure to conserve as much of their ammo and their resources as possible. CFU already inside of the circle, slowly but surely, just trying to play with this terrain. Now in front of them is completely bare. That's why they haven't moved in fully into the circle quite yet.
Oh yes, because there's just so many other teams as well, and they can tell from their indicator that there's like 12 other individuals. Man, how are they gonna get across? But they gotta take them out one by one, I guess. That's pretty much their only answer. They're gonna start it off with Smile, and now because they've got that one knockdown, they're gonna move in onto GE. They're gonna clear off GE before coming in.
Still, APG, this is one of their best runs so far, at least for today. Nice reposition forward. He wants to try and take this area. Beautifully done. Unfortunately, comes out the other side. A little bit of miscalculation. He does get one, and they just barbecue him. Look at the crossfire coming through. They swing out together.
Oh, they got it. But now CFU will be the next challenger. CFU might be the next target. At the same time, Yangon Galacticos is taking the active move. They're coming out of their compound as well. They're going up to the high ground. They want to join onto the fight with Myrna. Boy, almost getting onto 1 sec. But 1 second counters onto Myrna. Myrna goes down. Could CFU defend this?
Oh, at least Cute Loki does answer. Secure the pick does go down. He's trying to move away for his life, but APG just take up so much control. But the DPS play by CFU is just too nasty. Gets knocked down himself. But the long range fights here from Shroud, as well as the other 2 members of Yangon Galacticos, a little bit too much. A 2 versus 1 in favor of Yangon Galacticos. I don't think that APG is able to go for that reset because Romeo Boy is putting in a lot of pressure. He is going to be moving forward with his vehicle. But I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think it's taking a little bit too much time. So APG, no worries for the pickup.
Yeah, the pickup will happen and both teams will reset themselves, make it a 2v2 fight towards the end. And now speaking about the end is near as the circle will start to close. And this time the circle will close entirely. But Marcos, will there be enough? I don't think so. YG goes in to pick up Marnet. And Shroud, he doesn't know.
Marcos playing Among Us. Let's see if it actually just gets found out here. Nate does not clip. I think he is aware at the very least. Has been marked. Slowly but surely his teammates are trying to give up space, trying to get that information. Shroud is just moving around. It's really hard to pinpoint where he's going to be. But this high ground will be in his favor. Rushes around, playing a little bit closer with his friends. This terrain will give him a lot of value. Shroud catches him off guard. Finds Mernet Boy. That's a lot of firepower out of the way. Shroud rushes, sprays out, finds one more. Romeo Boy down and out. Andrew over on the other side will be sprayed, denying him more points. Andrew, what are you gonna do all the way down there? It's gonna be a little bit too hard. Romeo Boy denied to be given the information, and him and his teammate just slowly coming forward. APG 17 eliminations in the bag.
17, and they can make it 19 after they eliminate this last 2. Unless Andrew can pull off a big clutch. Now Myanmar will be finished off. It's going to be number 18. One more to go for them, and they should be able to finish up the job, as it is 19 eliminations for APG together with Chicken Dinner, bringing them 30 points, 29 points in this round.
Holy! We were just talking about the problems that APG has been facing in terms of playing aggressive, and this time around, it just worked out so well in their favor. Quickly going in for positions, they didn't have high guard advantage. They didn't have a compound advantage. They were all the way outside the circle. They had to take so many fights to get into that circle, and they earned their chicken dinner. And this is one of the most aggressive plays I've seen so far from this team. Congratulations to them for finally finding that footing, moving on into the second half of this week.
Well, it's great to see a team like APG actually getting the chicken dinner. At least it's a team that maybe some people don't really expect, and they did it in a good stylish way, with Marcos getting 8 eliminations for himself, 1005 damage, 8 out of 19. That is almost half of the team eliminations.
With 8 eliminations for Marcus, this is huge. Not only has he been putting in that damage, look at that 1000 damage all by himself, he's also been really huge just playing with his teammates. That V formation that he's done with his teammates, huge. That 3-1-2-2 they do sometimes, it's just so very dynamic. That allows them a lot of positioning, and also I would say their confidence coming forward in terms of firepower allows his teammates to really put a lot of trust into each other when it comes to separating and moving away from each other, and I love to see that. Coming into this particular game though, look at their rotation. It's very, very far. I'm curious to know whether it's because it was a rough circle, because they dropped a little bit too far, or whether it's because they're actively trying to find these fights.
Well, yeah, I think that's a good question though.
Right?
Yeah, that's a good question. But I think that did they purposely find those fights, or did fights find them and then they win their defense instead?
Yeah.
I think it's more of the latter.
Yeah, I think so too, because just now when you saw them, they were outside the circle. They were in a Mexican standoff with another team trying to get to the circle. And as soon as they won a fight with that team, there was another team. It was as though it was layers upon layers of fights they had to go through. And on top of that, I think they were trying to find a very safe way in. And unfortunately, that didn't happen, because the circle was very, very skewed toward the left side of the map. So this is a very interesting map, but I think that it suits their playstyle. And with 21 points, I think the most points we've seen was week 1 for 31 or 32, I believe, but this comes pretty close.
Yeah, the record is still 23 eliminations in a single round. Yeah, so that's the record held by Sin still. I think it's really, really hard to beat that record, I'm gonna lie.
I think when it comes to Sin, it was more about positioning and them having advantage of that circle, which allowed them to pick so many points up. But honestly, with APG's, I would say, confidence and firepower coming through, again, if we remember, APG was a team that really heavily relies on momentum. And I think with this, we may just be seeing them coming up on top. Because just now, APG wasn't even on the first page. It was on the other page. They jumped all the way up to 8th place, and this is huge for them. And given the fact this is their first chicken dinner of the week, this is phenomenal. Because I would say the difference in points between APG and MQN is pretty large.
Yeah, and now the guys of Asia is the only team on page number 1 without a chicken dinner. Everyone else has gotten their own chicken dinner, so just waiting for them to be in the chicken dinner club as well. But for Sin, if they don't be careful in this next round, they could slide down to a number 3.
Yeah, but honestly, it's just so unfortunate for Ravenwood, because I was saying that I would really love them to just slowly come up. Really, I would say lessen the gap between them and Enigma. Enigma still hasn't found their answer yet. We saw them getting picks in terms of points, but they haven't been getting placement points. So surviving a little bit longer will give them a little bit more value, because if anything, every single round they play aggressive, yes, they get one team, maybe 5 eliminations, but because they don't have the rank points, it doesn't really snowball them forward. Now, FE will be knocked down, but they are still in the same, I would say, ranking as GameLab, if anything, only because GameLab does have that one chicken dinner. And I think that if anything, if FV still maintains their aggression and position that they did in the previous map, it can translate very well for them. They might just be able to jump over GLab as one, maybe even overtake CFU, which is honestly the best case scenario for them. And the reason why I'm highlighting so much is because in terms of their viewership for Singaporeans, because they haven't really seen a team. I mean, for Singaporeans, it's very rare to see a team really make it to it, you know, the PMPL SEA and stuff, right? So having more than one team is definitely something that for them to celebrate.
Well, they still got games, ladies and gentlemen, and we still have one more game here today. But before we go on to our final game for today inside of Myanmar as well, do not go anywhere. We'll be taking a short break. See you guys after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the final map of the day, things are getting very, very interesting. While we start to see the teams on top start to take their way on the top of the throne, teams at the bottom are really starting to shock us. Tash Bunny here alongside Sir Cloud, your casters for today. And today has been a very jam-packed action.
Oh, and I'm liking today. I'm liking this week overall because we start to see, like what you said, the teams that we don't expect are starting to rise. So hopefully we will get more surprises as we head on to our last match. And I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for one of the Singaporean teams to get a chicken dinner.
Which team is that?
Honestly, at this point, any of them. Like,
wow,
yeah, any of them.
No favorites.
No favorites. I just want to see a Singaporean team do well because it's been many seasons that every time I see a Singaporean team in the PMPL, I always root for them. Like, come on, guys, get into the grand finals or something, you know. But yeah, I'm still waiting for that moment. That moment shall come. Come on, guys.
It will come, and it's looking really good. I think MQN is from Singapore, I believe. They are. I have to check back.
Yes, they are.
But anyways, coming back into the game here, while we fact check that, you know what, you should check out this Crimson Affiliates AMR. I think it's a really nice gun. I think it's a really nice skin, and I think that if you're a big fan, either if you collect skins or if this is going to be your first ultimate, this is definitely something I would highly recommend. And the thing is, like, for me, every season the new ultimate skin comes out, right? I'm like, oh, you should get this, it's the nicest one. You should get this, it's the nicest one. And I think that PUBG Mobile has always outdone themselves. And my wallet can't handle this, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, you can't handle this as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Whenever this comes, I'll be like, I'm waiting for the moment where I'll get to see, like, the players get to use this. Maybe inside the game. Yeah, but I don't think they can use any skins inside the game, but that's part of the rule. But anyway, if yeah, it's part of the rule. That's why you see that whenever they're on vehicles, the skins don't change. FYI to all the viewers out there as well.
That makes me so sad. If I were a pro player, I would buy all of the most expensive skins. I'll also buy all of these battle pass stuff just so I can like style on people, right? You go in game and you just like, you know, you get the pick onto like maybe one tier. You're like, look at me. Not only am I good at the game, I also have the best skins.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's this skin edition is like RGB. I mean, I want to see someone get an elimination by using the machete. I think this machete is the coolest of all.
Wait, Sir Cloud. What if we make a team with 4 of us playing, right?
Alright.
And each of us get that Spectre Slayer skin.
Oh! We will be Go Caster Rangers!
Exactly! And that'll be so cool. And imagine us playing the Dino Ground together. Like, just see like this huge T-Rex walking around, carrying 4 of us very colorful Dino Rangers.
Oh yeah, and oh wow. And we ride the dinosaurs. Okay, that'd be super fun.
Yes.
Super fun.
Yes. But coming in here, these are our chicken dinner winners today.
Yep.
You know, it's very hard to say that very slowly. But anyways, and you can see there's no back-to-back chicken dinners. There's surprise chicken dinners as well. Like coming here, like HWG, definitely surprised me. I know they got one yesterday, but they are consistently really shocked me. And then we had, you know, for map number 1, it's hard to really pinpoint, but for WPM to just really maintain that and start off strong is a huge statement. GE's comeback map in number 3 and APG's comeback map on number 4. It's like a day of comebacks, honestly.
Yeah, I wish we could have the chance to see in the final game a comeback for, let's see, Aina Raven or Game Lab, but unfortunately Enigma still has a chance, but unfortunately for the final game, Group A is going to take a break, so we won't see GE, Game Lab, PBE as well as Raven. But for Enigma, now it's down to you guys, you know, Enigma. Show your stuff.
Yeah, I really want to see them. I should have put them in my predictions, but you know, I was kind of like in a rush today, so I didn't really think about it. You know, sometimes when you make these predictions, you kind of like pick up names on the top of your head, and I think that's the most important thing when you are a team. And you know, you don't necessarily have to be good. You have to be memorable in a way that, like just now, seeing that car flip by MQN, I'm gonna remember them for the next, I don't know, 10 weeks.
I don't know. Is that for a good thing or for a bad thing?
That was a good thing, because not only they car flip into the water, they managed to turn around and come up on top and take out Sin. So anyways, coming back into my prediction now, I mean, you saw the usual suspects for you as well, I mean, coming up here. And I think that for a lot of these, I think we haven't talked about, not just, let's talk about teams that are really consistent to you. Which teams have shown a lot of consistency?
I think here we go. HWG.
Here we go again?
Yeah, here
For
we
this
go again.
week?
For this week, yeah. I think they are the surprise consistency. Of course, yeah, we can talk about the Sin and all that, but I think it's like by now, it's like, it's always about Sin, you know, just because they are like that good from last week. But here we go
Right.
again. The surprise consistent team.
I think that for them, I have to agree with you. Not only are they consistent, but they're also really aggressive as well. They're very, very active and taking up space. It's always very fun when we see these newer teams come up online. And I think that for these teams, like, it's kind of like a Cinderella story for them, right? Like, I think for a lot of the expectations for us as casters and viewers at home, a new team means that they might be at the bottom of the ranking. But for them to really make a statement and come up on top says a lot about this team, because it doesn't only show that they're new to the game, but they're also a team that are really good at managing, you know, how the game they play, understanding how this game works, even at a pro level. And I'm really excited to see them go to grand finals or even going forward. Understandably, a lot of people want these big names, but for me, I love a really good Cinderella story. And whether or not it's going to come up online, that will be the story as we go into the final map of Myanmar, match 5 out of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, let us know in the comments which team will take the chicken dinner.
Well, Cinderella, you heard Tash, and it's almost midnight. Well, not really almost, but it's the last game, so we can take this as a midnight game. Do come home and show us the chicken dinner as we head on to our game. The flight path is going to be somewhat similar to what we've seen before. A little bit skewed to the left. It's going to start from Valadema all the way up to La Copera. So we might see similar types of drops, meaning that we might see a nice calm start. But then again, it is a different grouping, so that might change.
You know, I still want to see a team drop down at prison, but I understand though it does make their travel a little bit too far. I think for a lot of the time we want to see La Cabrera drops, we want to see Torre Humada drops, we want to see Campo Militar drops, but it never really happens because of how the teams expect to rotate. Regardless, coming into this particular game, I mean, we had this conversation on Monday about the urban warfare ending. Chuchu and you on team, team outside open area fight, and then Contra on the I love urban warfare. Me, I'm just here for a good time.
Now, you're our team, right? We recruited you.
Fair enough. I love to see it. Ooh. Now, coming into today, I would really like to see... There we go. I was looking toward Crater Fields, and I'm really hoping for a Crater Field circle. I mean, we saw a lot of that on Monday. Crater Field, Alpozo at that area, but I don't know why. I really like that area, mostly because the crater can be very hard to navigate.
It is. And you have the high grounds as well, and then you have compounds inside there, so it's quite a challenging space. But this is going to be a challenge as well for the pros, as they will come up against a team who just got a chicken dinner, meaning that they have the motivation, they have what it takes to win against the pros. So the pros, they are up for a challenger.
I think for the bros, this is just an unlucky drop spot, honestly, coming up with a team as aggressive as APG. I mean, yes, the bros are very partial to taking up these fights, but you have to give it to APG. They were very quick to get these better weapons, and just like that, MM next knockdown, eliminated immediately. I think for APG, they were just a lot faster in terms of taking these fights, but with one member of APG knocked down as well, Marcus, out, and this is bad news for APG, because they are a team that I think the firepower does rely a lot on Exit and Marcus.
Okay, at least a little bit of trade there. Oh, but we got the guys of Asia. Okay, that's going to be pretty straightforward with the shotgun in hand. But at the same time, holy Lanju gets a knock somewhere.
This is interesting because we're starting to see a lot of these early fights. I think, across the board for us casters, we expect the first aggression to really happen maybe 10-15 minutes in, which is very, very normal. So these early fights, we maybe expect like 1-2 fights and then that's it, the end, someone will leave. But BRO, they want to take this fight. Because if not, they would have already rotated. Nate comes out by Sonic, moves out there, Exit does eventually take out Few. I can see a Few as well in this fight toward this church.
Oh no, Magna as well in trouble. Oh, 1 second. He doesn't have anything yet, but his teammates do. So at least his teammates will provide cover for him, open up the space for him to come in and loot. We're back on the APG versus the bros. At the same time, Soya becomes a Soya drink. eliminated by support, and it's going to be Orange, the last man, going up against the entire APG squad.
That pun was really funny. I appreciate it. Thank you, Sir Cloud. But here's Exit. He doesn't want to make an exit. He will make people exit, rather. And we can see a pickup here from BRO as Exit tries to take up this space. Shroud is there for the trade potential if it is going to be happening. Yes, it does. Beautifully done. A 1-2 punch coming through as we see TGOA come up against Federalis. I'm not too sure what's happening with WPM because they are so separated. And TGOA marked exactly where they are. Federalis, we know they can make this fight happen. They can't take a 1v3. Not happening. When MayW has that shotgun, MayW says you go. Have it all night.
I mean, one person, despite his Federalis, he's in the running for the MVP, but if you're surrounded left, right, and center, and even from the top, there's pretty much no way you can pull that off. Unless if he can really pull that off, that will be the biggest highlight of all. But yeah, it's very, very unlikely to happen, and that was the result.
I would really love to see a good 1v3, 1v4. I mean, we've seen it happen. CQCs are good. If you have really good movement, and I have seen some of these players play with that DBS, it can work out in their favor. But I think it's just a little bit too early. None of them having that weapon quite yet, so not there. But it's surprising that you're seeing a team like HWG and MQN losing half the team so early. APG as well, exactly, without Marcus. But I'm sure that for most of these teams, they're still going to come up online. And MQN, despite losing 2, they still put in that hurt, finds one more, support, lobby, just like that. And I think despite losing 2, they still want to be able to end the night with some extra frags if possible.
Yeah, it's always a good feeling to get a frag, right? Not gonna lie.
I mean, those extra points will just launch you up, if anything. You don't want to go down with 0. That's rough.
Okay.
That's rough.
That's rough. But at least Mal is still around to pick him up. But okay, he should be able to. But CFU is closing the gap as well. I'm not sure if Mal can make it in time.
Yeah, it's really hard for him. He has two spaces, 2 areas to work with. But in this situation, with CFU having a little bit more players and time ticking out here for Boy, I think all he can do is just deny that point if possible. But Mal, I don't know how he's gonna take this 1v2.
Okay, alright. Hold your breath. A clutch could happen here. You never know. Alright, the fact that we can see that CFU, so never mind.
Oh man. Is it because I didn't hold my breath?
Yep, you didn't. it's the same as when you say that, you hope for it to be fast, and then that just happened. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the same thing.
We call it the technical difficulty. You don't say it out loud.
Yeah.
You just hope if you don't say it, it doesn't happen. So.
Yeah. So you're punished for not holding your breath now. You're buying all of us ice cream, including the production.
Ah man, maybe during Grand Finals week. But for now, let's have a look at FV. I think FV is in a very interesting predicament this week because week 1 they were in the middle of the charts, right? I think they were all right. They were surviving. They were doing okay. But this week it's like such a up and down situation for them. They started off high. They start going down very, very early. And I don't know. I just cannot really pinpoint what exactly is missing here for them in terms of finding that consistency. Are their rotations unlucky? Are they meeting strong teams a little bit too early? What are they lacking from their teamwork?
They need to, number 1, keep Magics alive. Number 2, play as the same pace as Magics, I guess. I think at this point it's kind of obvious that when Magic survives, like they have a better chance at doing something.
It's tough when you have a player. It's kind of like this when you have a team that's just a player that's just so good, right? And he wants to play aggressive, but your teammates are not confident. I think this is what we can expect to see from those players. You see Magic rushing up, you expect to see your teammate ready to trade up for you. In situations, we did see it happen when Magic stays alive. We saw that cover fire come through. But in moments where it just feels so overwhelming, it feels like the confidence just like simmers away from FE. And I don't blame them because the team did just merge quite recently. So they need some time to really find their footing. And I'm really hoping in the next, I don't know, few weeks or few months rather, they do eventually find it through scrims, playing together, or just understanding each other as a team. Because I don't know if this has been talked about a lot, but each player carries a different style of play. Each player has a different personality in the way they play it. It really shows itself in their games, and they need to be able to complement each other when they come into the game.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and I think that is also because like each player, they have their own roles, right? Like some are the fraggers, some are the supports, some are scouters, and so on and so forth. So they need to find a sync between them on that, and I think I do agree with that. The fact that we can see only one player really outshining each other, I think it's a matter of like having more time with each other so that they can adjust and adapt, and everyone can play on the same pace. But unfortunately, like what you said, if it's left to like the next few weeks or the months, meaning that the PMPL is over, and it's more of like planning for the next one.
Yeah, I'm curious to know why sometimes, in a team for WPM, Jarrell is subbed in. I see they do these changes, and I'm wondering, is it because Jarrell does better on this map, or is it just like, just straight out for the extra experience for Jarrell?
That's a good point. I didn't notice that.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that for Ravenwood when Kimmy came in, and I was just like, wait, I didn't see Kimmy just now. I'm not sure. So, you just gotta really, I would really love to see when someone gets subbed in or out, that would really kind of like change how I would see a player or a team, how they play together. Because as I said before, the dynamics of a team can dramatically change with just a change in player. And we just spoke about Jarrell. We'll be moving away from this high ground terrain. Now, these monster trucks, I like them because it makes it so much easier for them to move around the terrains, number one. Number two, it's a lot more tanky. But the only big problem about having these monster trucks is that your position, well, you stick out like a sore thumb, man.
Yes, and one fun fact about the monster truck is that the tires cannot be popped. So that's an extra layer of armor to whoever drives it. But like what you say, right, you stick out like a sore thumb, so it's not the best of cover, I must say.
Not the stealth cover.
Yeah, not the stealth cover.
I think I would love to have it like toward the end of the circle. Yeah, just getting into the circle toward the end. I think it provides so much cover, so much space. You can use it to hide behind. I think it's nice.
I thought you had the idea of like using a monster truck to just run over everyone in the final circle.
Actually, that can work.
Ooh.
That can really work. But I don't know why, but I start to see, toward the second half, or at least toward the end of the map, you start to see people dropping the monster trucks for like Dacias, for like buggies, which I totally understand. But at the same time, I would really love to see those Daredevil teams start using that to their advantage, because I feel like there's a lot of advantage to having that monster truck.
I guess it's because monster truck don't necessarily provide you the best speed, and maybe the strategy is that at some point it's like, okay, you rather trade speed for armory, so that becomes the strategy of all these teams. Now that you mentioned it, yes, this is a good point. Since the monster truck is just introduced in the previous season, we don't really see teams utilizing it towards the end. Now that makes me wonder as well, like if you look at other regions, which we might have the chance later on, do they use the monster truck at the end, or it's pretty much the same? So I guess that's something that we'll need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I'm really curious because right now, concurrently, if you guys didn't know, alongside this wild card, there's also the PMPL MY happening. There's also the one from Indonesia and Vietnam and Thailand as well happening. So it's all happening concurrently. And, when you watch these different leagues, you'll see how different the game style and gameplay is for each country. I'm very familiar with Malaysia, of course, being one of the analysts there prior to this. Now I'm introduced to this region. So, it's a whole different world how these high-level plays are executed. And for CFU, their execute this time around is to stay alive, and they leave the guys of Asia alone.
Okay, which is a good thing, I think, because there's still a lot of space. You can move in and prioritize another checkpoint, and it's deeper inside the circle. So by doing so, then there's a possibility that you might get the next piece of circle. So I think that's okay for them. And if you're CFU, you only have 2 players left, and you're not necessarily the team with the highest firepower. To evade some teams at this stage, I think it's okay.
That is rough. You're seeing a three-way fight happening here between Austria, YG, as well as HWG. HWG, Yaka does get knocked down, so he did have a little bit of space to wiggle through with those smokes. This is a good thing. At least he can go for a pickup, but I don't think it's going to happen because the amount of pressure that is mounting in from Austria is a little bit too much. He does get close up to his teammates, might have some time. Yep, he will safely go toward them.
Yeah, putting pressure onto HWG is still Austria. And they have they open up with two different angles. But now APG passing by, but I don't think it will be a threat to Austria Esports. But they're just keeping an eye in case anyone crashes into them. But the compound is not going to be worth it for any team to really want to challenge it, especially for APG.
I think Austria is in a really comfortable position so far. They don't have to play too aggressive if they want to. But this is interesting as well. TGOA, I think I'm not sure, but CFU did pass them. And now they are side by side with the other members of TGOE. And I think the whole idea at La Hacienda here is to take up a space inside this compound. But personally for me, as a two-player team, I wouldn't like it that much because you can never tell if the push-up's going to be from so many different angles. There are so many different entrances to some of these buildings. But I'm sure they have a strategy in mind. But if you look at water... Oh, this is interesting. You see the area of water treatment there? If you look at where Sin is positioned, they love playing that little nice terrain. And one player that's knocked out.
Okay. Let's see if we can be recovered. But I'm looking at Sin, and you did mention it. And again, Sin is still doing what they do best. It's like coming in a little bit later and playing a little bit by the edge. And if there's anyone in front of them, they will take them out. But this time around, it's not going to be their chance, but it's going to be the chance for YG to secure Yahiko. It's going to be first split for Yahoo Galacticos themselves.
This is a three-way fight just now that we saw from Austria, YG, as well as HWG. Just now, HWG was in trouble, and YG was just staying out of it. But this proactive movement from YG is very interesting. Mostly because of the circle shift is number one. And number two, they want to deny space, but Camper will be knocked from behind. Not knocked, but rather just shot at the back here. Boy Sean finds one more for KE, but for Sonic, being able to relay this information to find the positioning of all these players will be key. He is very much aware that on top of Austria, there is another team which is going to be Enigma. And Enigma this time around, despite being aggressive, this time around they're trying to be the third party.
Ooh, but APG is here as well. They will take out Camper. Can take out another one. Shaw is going to come in for the high ground exit. Keeps eye on the Skyden. While Sonic is at the forefront against Enigma. Three teams going ahead at each other at the same time as Shroud goes down.
Huge picks all around as Enigma come out of their hiding spot to take up this space. Koopa trying to find Sonic. Sonic, time might be not on your side. None of his teammates are able to reposition to give him a little bit of space. Regardless, Spooky trying his best not to be over peaking as exit. Oh man, so very low. Sonic is knocked out of the way. When that boy from another angle does get shot out there by HWG. This three-way fight is just so brutal on all fronts to all teams.
Oh, Exit tries to find an exit, but his vehicle's punctured. And he's out in the open. He'll be finished off by Koopa. And that is it for the winner chicken dinners of Myanmar number 1. APG is out at number 12.
The other members of YG go for that resets with one player already out. HWG, despite not being in the most advantageous of positions, will be able to overwhelm Yangon Galacticos. They really need to be careful. Perhaps too much of an over-committal as one more nade comes out, does get clipped onto Mewtwo. Cute Loki cooks up one more. They hear the roar of the buggy. He throws it out.
Nice.
Beautifully done onto Yanka. They can rush up forward. The Molly does not give him that space. He throws out one more. He's putting in so much damage, but he's all out of throwables. One more smoke to work with, but they run out. They just spray and pray, but the jump shot from Alpha, a little bit too much from the handle as Cute Loki goes down.
And here we go. Looks like they want to fight, but now we're back onto Enigma versus Austria Esports. Austria Esports in the inner side of the circle by Enigma. They have one player circling around them. Now they're doing the same. They're trying to counter their position with each other. Skynin moves as well, but Skynin's vehicle smoked up, so he can't use it that long. But most importantly is that they managed to get 2 from Enigma.
Slowly but surely, Astro makes up his space, takes it out. Very sneaky. His teammates did such a good job of providing so much cover and distractions as well. On top of that, A nice little airdrop. Noise.
Ooh, but what's not noise? It's going to be HWG coming at them. It's got to reset quickly. HWG is just on the horizon, and HWG will want to get into the circle at the same time, so they might decide to take out Austria Esports. But HWG sending one player out to scout, so I guess they're trying to find a different route into the circle.
Enigma as well, just so separated. I think they had to leave Spooky behind. QB is close by at the very least. So if they do rush out, they do try and secure those picks, they're able to just, I don't know, just spray out. But for the rest of Enigma, they are just gonna go down. Here comes the two members of Austria, clears them out. Scry does fine, Koopa and Caps all down from the couch. And again, Enigma, so very unlucky. They want to play as aggressively as possible, but they weren't expecting that 3 teams would be there, just shooting at each other. Spooky does go down eventually. They don't want to prevent another team from stealing it out. Astro gets it in the end.
Okay, we got movement into the circle now. Austria Esports is clear as well, and they can still play by the cliff. So they have good amount of space to hold on until the next piece of the circle. But for Flash Vision, MPX against one of the top teams, Sin, face to face right now.
Magic's still very much alive. This could be the game changer for them, to give them the chicken dinner, but Chuggy is so low, but Magix wants to take up a little bit more space. Beautifully done in terms of a nade, but Chuggy unfortunately does take the damage. It's Magic's forced to reposition. He eats up a lot of damage as well, but his reposition might be in trouble because WPM is close by, but on the other side of the map we see KE just go crazy on the guys of Asia.
Oh, at the same time it was actually HWG taking out Juggy. Oh no, long range button from afar. Another long range coming in from Magix. He's kind of low as well. He needs to reset. HWG on the other side. But at the same time, Sin is closing in. We can see the movement from Sin getting closer and closer.
Smokes are out to provide some cover. Magix does manage to go for that reset. Only 2 more heals in the back. He wants to go aggressive, takes up that space, spots out the members of Sin, and they spray out him. Not the best position to be in. Gonna get the card. Whoa, man, I was so concerned because last week we saw a card just blow up to someone, just knock him out.
Magix is kind of lucky there, but can't say the same for DD as he's been knocked down. That's going to be Magix as well as Arts. Oh, Magix evaded the vehicle. He tries to counter it onto his opponent, but he can't land those shots. Arts is on the other side. Arts, come on, get back up to the teammate. But Arts is probably busy with the behind, but Arts naded down. That's going to be the end for Flash Vision MPX.
Look at the positioning Sin has put themselves in. So scattered from 4 different angles, but managing to surround them from all angles. They couldn't do a single thing. They weren't able to even reset. Vehicles knocked out there. I think Magix was a little bit too aggressive, and they paid dearly for that price. And now with this whole area of the terrain taken away by Sin, they can play on the close side of the angles, finally just gatekeeping HWG from getting into the circle. On top of that, a crossfire into WPM and Enigma as well is looking so good in their favor, but they have to worry about Austria on the other side of the terrain.
Okay, speaking about the other side of the terrain, now the southern side is still kind of packed. We got 3 teams close to each other. Okay, one of them is going to be KE. They need to come out of this compound, but the guys of Asia will be waiting for them. At the same time, behind the guys of Asia, another team that's going to be FOD. They'll be waiting as well. So, but FOD, they're going to take the circle advantage. They're going to move into the circle first, and they will try to block these 2 teams from coming in then.
TGOA just waiting. Not a single sound made. They want to make sure that KE and the other teams will be going in for the fight. Just try to third party if they can. Sprays out, unfortunately for MW. None of the shots are going to be hitting. You saw a quick reposition by the top here to provide that cover. Smokes out. Try to go for the trade, but he gets shot from the other side. It's going to be Scry that finds him. And that's the problem, but the main W, oh no, he's on fire. He's just slowly burning to death and just goes down. What a beautiful molly. That's the 1 more point as FV goes down to Chanlon on the other side.
Oh, I thought that he could survive that. It's probably like that last take and he got eliminated unfortunately. But KE, point shot knocked down by Skynet. It's down to Davan, the last man standing. Can Davan survive this any further? Davan is just circling around, but there's so many teams around him, including West Point Mamba on the other side. Davan, how is he going to get into the circle right now? Austria Esports, they want to secure the elimination point for themselves.
Skynin marking two different players at the same time, taking full advantage of this high ground terrain. QB does fine. HWG, Sin as well. HWG cannot get the circle and eventually will go down here as FOD as well will be sprayed out by Skynin. Not the best positionings all around because this terrain is just not an advantage of anyone except for the high grounds.
Ooh, Skynin doesn't have the high ground anymore as the blue puts pressure onto him. He needs to get in, but he has his teammate as a marker, so they know exactly where to go, exactly where to move. But right now, QB, the last man standing for Enigma.
Wait, Sin!
Sin, boy, what? Really?
My god, he is just so quick on the ball with that buggy. Honestly, not only is he just a menace, but fast and furious. Should definitely bring him into the next movie. How he plays as Alpha will be just running for his life. He tried to just zigzag out of that, but with the car exploding, they already knew where exactly to pre-fire.
Well, I guess that's where you want to trade the monster truck for a buggy towards the end because he has the speed to run down at anyone. And it's going to be the same damage anyway, so might as well trade it for speed.
Yeah, but WPM has been very chill here. They didn't have to move at all. They had full control circle, a nice terrain. Even though they're at the low ground, they know that they don't have to peek out. They don't have to go on the aggressive. WPM is just so good. When they get in a good position, they don't go over aggressive. Davan goes down here, will be answered. These long-range fights from across different terrains is so very fun to watch, to see which player has the better aim, the better idea on how to control that bullet drop and the recoil.
But this will be the challenge now. Can they pull off a long range while the teams rotate into the circle? The circle goes down. That means Sin will need to come out of the high ground. Same goes for Austria Esports as well. Nobody will be on the high ground. Everyone will be on even playing terms.
Austria just slowly gonna be forced down this terrain, and I don't think it's a safe area for them to be. Like it or not, they're gonna have to speed inside because in front of the terrain, not only is it a sharp drop, but it also doesn't have any cover. It's going to be very rough, especially if you have teams like WPM who's waiting and FCON as well. I'm not sure where Sin has positioned themselves because if I remember it clear, there we go. Circle not in their favor as well. They have to go down. Open areas. I think there is a building down there they can take advantage of, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Look at that. They've already pre-smoked it to allow themselves to move. But look at Austria taking up that space. They go straight to FOD. Skynin, huge picks coming through. They take one, and they're trying to get as many points as they can with 10 eliminations in the bag already. And Holy Landry goes down, and we're down to our top 5.
Oh, West Palm Mamba on the other side. Falcon is still in this, but Sin, they need to pick up Holy Landry, but Holy Landry is out in the open. It's going to be tough, but look who has joined the party. It's going to be Scott from Austria Esports. Come, flooding in for the other side. Who's going to eliminate who now as St. Cloud goes down to Scry?
Sinclair taking up the space. I don't think they've spotted him going. Yes, they do. Going for the top side. It is a V formation. They do eventually does find D2Y. As Astro goes down to Moy's nade here, it's going to be a big problem. Moy answers back. A jump shot forward, putting in that damage. But Claire, the high ground. Thankfully, he has a little bit of cover. Goes as most quickly goes for that heal. Huge plays. Grenade eliminator going to go to Moy. But as time goes down here, Sin with the high ground. And it's going to be huge for them if they manage to get a pick onto QB as the other members of WPM as well.
Ooh, but okay, we still have the next stage of the circle, right? So let's see if QB somehow still gets the circle because he's all alone on the other side. Sin, they have the high ground, and now Sin, they seem to be coming back. They want to take back their #1 spot before the day ends.
Nichi, Gerald, despite losing 2 members so very early, they're understanding that if they want to get the most value out of this game, they have to survive. But again, if you saw the amount of picks that Sin has right now, not even Sin, but just Austria, they have enough to overcome the amount of points that WPM has just right about now. WPM is just gonna have to wait and pray. They have a nice crossfire setup, but I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to survive if, say, the other members of Sin decide to just really forcefully take this compound.
Well, the worst case scenario is for QB, obviously, because he doesn't have the circle and he doesn't have a vehicle. His vehicle's blown up. Okay, does he have smokes? No smokes, so he will be on foot out in the open. His only hope is that if Sin puts a lot of focus onto West Point Mama and just forgets about QB.
That's why QB hasn't moved at all. I don't think he's been marked either. I don't think that they do know where WPM is or has an idea. But for Sin, they're taking this very slowly. This is the usual Sin play, which is to really take the most advantageous spot and just wait for the right time to strike. For QB, it's all about just trigger discipline. He has 3 heals at the very least and adrenaline pills just to buy some time, but Moy is taking the more proactive space and taking up a little bit more space toward the bottom side of the area. If anything, it can provide him with a little bit more extra information if, say, someone were to come in for that backstab, but I don't think they're gonna be too aggressive about it.
Ooh, okay, speaking about aggression, looks like QB is going to start it off on the Moy. Moy down to 50% health, and the final
Holy
bullet
movement!
that's hit onto Moy. And now with Moy down, they need to spend time to pick him up, but QB will give himself to the zone, so his point will be saved from anyone else. But it's going to be FV picking up Moy. Shouldn't be a problem for him to reset, but they need to do it fast, and they need to plan how to take out West Point Mamba.
But Mamba is prepped and primed. All they can do is just throw out those nades. The thing is, Clear feels like he's just throwing it randomly, but there are smokes prepped and primed. So at least they want to leave the building. I would have preferred to see those nades thrown inside of them, just really flush them out. But not happening quite yet. It's more just to prevent them from leaving the building. FV comes out, Clear as well. They shoot out together and jump out together. They open the door and they're just trying to play the CQC very, very well. They don't want to be caught off guard. So they avoid that nade. The nade does find one. Gerald does so very well. Finds Clear at the same time. It's looking so good, but this Michi comes out of the way. Sin, despite the man advantage, loses it out to WPM.
And I must say, Gerald in this round is the super sub because he won that earlier fight, that 1v2 fight. It was Michi who had the space to finish them all off. Imagine if Gerald lost that fight, then it would have been Sin's.
Honestly, movement from Gerald is insane how he did that. One nade to come through, a quicker position. He kind of like pretended that he was inside of the shack, but instead he had run to the other side. That smoke he put was just so good in terms of just juking it out. And all he had to do was just quickly run and gun, which honestly Sin was not expecting.
Not at all. I think Sin must have thought that, okay, we got it in the bag, we managed to crash into the compound, we got the numbers, we got everything. But Gerald had to show up. And Gerald had to be the party pooper, basically.
I think it's just so well played, honestly. They knew that WPM was separated, but the thing is, the information relayed by his teammate was just so good. While it isn't the highest of eliminations or the highest of damage, it's about the impact that he brought in that last match. It's 2 versus 3. Perfectly isolated and perfectly timed.
Well, I guess, looking at this, that one game that he played, he gets the MVP, he gets them the chicken dinner. If he's not in the starting lineup tomorrow, I don't know.
Really would love to see more of him, but the teams to watch coming in today has been Sin, Austria, WPM, and Enigma. I'm surprised Enigma is still up here, but I think it's because of the entire week of last week that they really outshone everyone. But they have to be careful because their aggressive play is not translating very well into their success coming into week number 2.
Well, but no matter what, irregardless, Sin, despite no chicken dinner, they still overtake Austria Esports because they got a lot of elimination points. I mean, it is just Sin. They know how to collect those elimination points. We'll check out the highlight again from the previous round, and I must say there were a lot of outside circle fights in this round.
I think it's more of how the circle had positioned itself, but I was more surprised at the very early fights. I mean, yes, I understand because it is I think in the last map you start to see everyone play aggressive, and I think this is a common pattern coming forward because it's more of like the expectation that we want to end the night with a bang. We want to be able to get as many points as we can. And honestly, this is the best part about these last maps is because everyone's in that mindset where we have to make something happen. And while we did start to see WPM getting the chicken dinner, honestly, if, say, WPM survived with 4 in the bag, I think we would have seen a more aggressive WPM coming forward.
And here we go. Okay, Sin, WP. Oh, West Point Mama only got 4 eliminations. So 3 of the eliminations were at the very end. And only 4 eliminations. And Austria Esports got 12, meaning that West Point Mama, despite having a chicken there, they are only at number 3 in this round. And honestly, in many rounds that I've seen since this new format, this is the lowest pecking order that I've seen with a chicken dinner, number 3.
Yeah. I think it's more of like understanding. I like how West Point Mamba approaches a match in terms of how they approach how many people they have on their team. They understood the risk of having 2 members but still able to get the chicken dinner means that they want the most output they can get in terms of points. And I think in this situation, they're not only are they thankful for the chicken dinner, but they're also going to be very thankful for the points and not going down below 5-8 points. If anything, Austria solidifies their lead, and at the bottom side here, FV will be knocked down alongside G-Lab because Enigma, I think that despite them not having the most success, they still managed to get a lot of frags. So it does push them up at least to 16th place. And I think this is a good sign for them because they want to be able to survive in the top 16.
Yeah, correct. The mission, of course, by the end of the week is to be the top 16. And everything else will be a bonus. But it's not looking good for FV as well as Hyena Raven because last week they were at the bottom. So if they continue on to be in the bottom 2, then I worry that they will be the ones to be eliminated.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the expectations of Singapore seeing their teams coming forward. And again, it is a very brand new team just put together coming into the middle side of the year as well. So if anything, this is a great experience for them, but I'm really hoping for a comeback story. They do still have another 2 days, but GE for the MVP race, still Master Ichi at the top side, but Federalis is also not bad. Elimination-wise, Federalis has always been at the top side. I mean, Skynin as well as West Carry. Honestly, are you surprised at this point? These same names.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean...
very consistent, right?
Yeah, they have been the same 4 names for the past few days. Just that there's only a slight swap between Ichi and Federalis. So Federalis was number 1, Ichi was number 2, and now they did a swap this time. So looks like a little bit of a changer for them, but I guess this means that the race for the season MVP will be tight.
Yeah, it will definitely be tight. I think for the past few seasons, it's always been like maybe 1 or 2 people on top here, but MVP race now, we did see Exit up there for a little while in week number 1, and it's been overtaken. And I honestly don't blame them because honestly for APG, they are moments where they have pop-off moments, they are moments where they get a little bit unlucky. It's not about inconsistency, but rather how exactly they decide to execute. And I think for execution-wise, they need to find a different way to approach things, but it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. It's just people adapting to their playstyle. And I think that this is great. This adaptability coming in week number 2 is honestly surprising me because usually we start to see teams get so comfortable with the way they play and they just try the same thing over and over. But seeing teams get really creative with how they approach a fight, their aggression is always very fun to see it translate into the game itself.
And you know what else is fun to see? Yes, it's fun to see tomorrow's game, but that is it for today, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much for watching. We'll be seeing you again in the future. Bye.